Well, Democrats already thought they had plenty to grill William Barr about today when he comes to testify before Congress.
And now they have even more. That more came in the form of a letter that special counsel Robert Mueller wrote to Barr, suggesting that the attorney general hadn't properly summarized Mueller's report. A lot of Democrats were already convinced of that. William Barr will appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee today. It is his first appearance there since a redacted version of Mueller's report was released to the public.
And let's bring in NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning.
So tell me about this letter.
Well, it takes a bit of explaining. There's a backstory here. So if you remember that weeks before the redacted Mueller report came out, Barr made public a 4-page letter that contained the principal conclusions of Mueller's investigation.
Right.
And Barr said that Mueller's team did not establish that there was a conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia. And he said that Mueller did not make a decision on obstruction of justice. Barr himself did, however, saying he looked at the evidence and said it was insufficient to support a charge. We knew Barr's characterization of the investigation frustrated some folks on Mueller's team. They thought that the attorney general was downplaying the severity of what investigators had found. Well, it now turns out that Mueller himself had his own objections about Barr's handling of the matter, so he wrote this letter that we're talking about. He spelled out his concerns, thought that Barr did not fully capture the context, the nature, the substance of the special counsel's work. He feared that that would lead to public confusion. The Justice Department says Barr called Mueller after he got this letter. The two discussed it. The department says that Mueller said that nothing in Barr's summary was inaccurate or misleading, but that Mueller was frustrated about the lack of context and the media coverage related to the question of obstruction of justice. That's the Justice Department's take. A spokesman for Mueller declined to comment.
But doesn't this feed directly into the narrative that Democrats are pounding, that the attorney general has been running interference for this president? And that is, seems like the obvious thing that they're going to want to bring up directly with Barr today, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no doubt that this letter is going to feature in today's hearing. As you said, Democrats have been furious with Barr for weeks now over his handling of the whole Mueller investigation and the report. They weren't happy with the summary letter. They were perhaps even more upset about Barr's news conference right ahead of the report's public release. Barr echoed the president's language in that news conference, said no collusion, no obstruction. But, of course, the report detailed nearly a dozen incidents in which the president allegedly tried to obstruct investigators. Democrats do say that Barr has misled the public about Mueller's investigation and what it found. They say he's trying to shape the narrative in the president's favor. They are also accusing him essentially of acting as a defense attorney for the president and not as the attorney general for the American people. And they are going to use today's hearing, which will be publicly televised, to hammer him on all of those points. Now, Barr also has to talk to the House Judiciary Committee tomorrow, and Jerry Nadler, the Democratic chairman of that committee, has made clear that he wants not to just hear from Barr, but he also wants to hear from Mueller.
Does the public want all this? Do Democrats feel like they have public opinion on their side as they go after Barr aggressively and question all this?
Well, as we've seen for a while now, a lot of people's views on the president are baked in. The Mueller report doesn't appear to change a whole lot on that. There's a new NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll out today. A majority of Americans find Mueller's investigation to be fair, but more important than that, perhaps, more than half of the registered voters in the poll said Mueller's findings would not be an important factor in their 2020 vote.
Interesting. All right, NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas for us this morning. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, in Venezuela, the opposition leader Juan Guaidó is making a direct plea for people to oust President Nicolás Maduro.
Tenemos la oportunidad de ir al progreso en Venezuela. Hoy, Maduro no.
Video was posted on social media last night after yet another day of violent clashes. Guaidó urged his supporters to take to the streets again today. He's also calling for the military to defect. Guaidó has strong international support, including that of the Trump administration. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo spoke to CNN yesterday and said this.
It's been a long time since anyone has seen Maduro. He had an airplane on the tarmac. He was ready to leave this morning, as we understand it, and the Russians indicated he should stay.
All right, I'm joined now by Mariana Zuniga. She has been reporting on the situation for NPR. She's in Venezuela. Good morning.
Good morning.
So Pompeo suggesting there that no one has seen Maduro. He had an airplane on the tarmac ready to leave, but Maduro has responded to all this on state television last night. What exactly is the president saying?
Well, yeah, after many hours, maybe almost 12 hours of silence, Maduro finally appeared on national TV, saying, very calm actually, saying that an investigation was underway to find the responsibles of this coup, he said that was defeated. He said that 5 militaries were injured as a result of the clashes, and that 80% of the military who were with Guaido were actually misleaded, that they actually accompanied the interim president because they were lied. He said that the military remained loyal to him, and that he was that they will remain loyal in the coming days.
And this is really a key question. I mean, you have Maduro calling this a coup attempt. You have the opposition saying that they have democracy on their side and that Guaido has a legitimate claim to be interim president here. So what do we know about the military? Are they sticking by Maduro, or are they beginning to move away from him?
Well, we still don't know what is the state of the uprising. We saw around 30 militaries yesterday with Guaido, but we don't know. We don't know how many militaries are currently supporting Guaido. For his part, Maduro keep insisting that military still back him. Also, the Defense Ministry reinforced his support towards Maduro several times yesterday throughout the day. And it seems, just for the moment being, that the big part of the military is still supporting President Maduro. And maybe it is important to say that in Venezuela, the military is not only supporting the government, but it's actually the government.
All right, so a lot of questions and an unfolding political crisis in Venezuela. That's reporter Mariana Zuniga reporting from Venezuela for us. Mariana, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
So veterans of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan have been sounding the alarm about a broken promise.
Right. And that promise wasn't to them. It was actually to thousands of Iraqi and Afghan interpreters, translators, others who served alongside those U.S. troops. Those people were told that in exchange for risking their own lives, as well as those of their families, they would get visas to the United States. But it looks like the U.S. may not be holding up its end of the deal. And I'm joined by NPR's Quill Lawrence, who's been reporting on this. Hi, Quill.
Hey, good morning.
So tell me more about this program and why the number of visas would start dropping after this promise was made.
Right. So the special immigrant visa program was set up for Iraqis and Afghans who served a certain amount of time with U.S. forces, and they were promised visas to the states after they did that. The Iraqi program has expired technically, but there are still 100,000 Iraqis left in a backlog that's going through a separate process. Only 200 of them were admitted last year. I mean, at that rate, they'll die of old age a dozen times before they get here. The visas are also down about 60% in the Afghan program. Adam Bates is a lawyer from a group called the International Refugee Assistance Project.
It would be impossible to say that these substantial drops are not part of some policy. These are people who put themselves at risk on behalf of U.S. forces in Iraq and Afghanistan and are facing threats because of that service to the U.S.
And Quill, I mean, I know you've been reporting on this and you've met some of the families impacted by this who are all too familiar with the risk that a lot of these people made helping U.S. troops, right?
Right. I mean, interpreters have been marked for death by insurgents throughout these conflicts because they've collaborated, they've worked with the U.S. For this story, we spoke with the family of Khalid al-Badani. Khalid al-Badani was working for U.S. troops in Baghdad in 2006.
A car stopped right away, took out the pistol and started shooting me. Then I wasn't feel anything after that. I get shot.
So he survived these gunshot wounds, and then he went back to work with U.S. troops after that. And so did his uncle and one of his brothers, his uncle was later murdered by insurgents. Now, Khalid al-Badani is now in the U.S. He got this visa, but his family is still in danger in Baghdad. They had the visas issued. They sold their house and everything else they had. They were ready to come, and the day before their flight, they were told that their visas had been put on a security hold, and they're now back in this 100,000-person backlog.
But that's amazing. So, but you're saying that there are families that it wouldn't be just one person in the family doing this. Multiple people in families would be serving in these roles, like as interpreters.
Right, and their entire families would be under threat by the insurgents. It's particularly, his father, his younger brother. They've all received death threats.
Has the U.S. government responded to this and suggested why this program is down?
We've gotten responses from the Department of Homeland Security, from the State Department, essentially saying that they are trying to speed up the program, but they have added new layers of security, and security is their top priority. Now, 30 congressmen from both parties, congresspeople from both parties, some of them veterans, have written the Trump administration asking why this slowdown. They just received a response essentially saying that there are new layers of security that different government partners are trying to work through. But advocates say this comes down to a promise that U.S. troops made to people who were serving with them in combat, their allies. And they've implied that if they break this promise now, and remember, these wars aren't over, what are people who are going to come, who are asked to work and help Americans, going to think about this promise in the future?
All right, that's NPR's Quill Lawrence for us this morning. Quill, thanks so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
The latest battle in Washington is over the public narrative of the Mueller report, specifically who influenced the public's understanding of the report for the 27 days between when the special counsel Robert Mueller finished his work and when it was released with redactions to the public.
Yeah, after Mueller gave the finished report to the Attorney General, William Barr, Barr then released this 4-page memo summarizing it and giving his own conclusions. And we know now that Mueller wrote a letter to Barr, the Attorney General, to complain that he had mischaracterized the special counsel's conclusions. That letter was the focus of much of the questioning yesterday when Barr went before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
And now Barr was actually supposed to go before the House Judiciary Committee today. But the Justice Department has confirmed he's not going. He's withdrawing his participation. This is all because of a disagreement over who exactly was going to do the questioning. NPR's Tim Mak has been following all these things, and he is in the studio. So let's begin with today, what was supposed to happen. The Attorney General was supposed to go to the House, give testimony there. He's not going. How come?
Well, it's actually ostensibly over formatting issues. The House Judiciary Committee had wanted some portion of the committee to be some portion of the questioning to be done by the committee's lawyers, that is, staff on the committee, and this questioning would be done in a longer chunk of time instead of the 5 minutes from one side, 5 minutes from the other side.
So the senators wouldn't ask the questions. They're proxies, basically.
The House members wouldn't be asking the questions. They would be allowing staff to ask the questions. Now, I think that the original idea was that lawmakers would start and do the traditional format, and then they would end with a longer sort of almost court-like scene where lawyers are questioning for longer periods of time.
And he didn't like that idea, so he's not going. But could the House committee compel him to appear?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, they have remedies, but those remedies are limited. They could try to subpoena Barr, but then we'd be looking at a fight over that subpoena. There have been some suggestions among Democrats even to go so far as to impeach the Attorney General, but that hasn't really gotten a lot of traction among mainstream Democrats or the leadership of the Democratic Party. Democrats are still planning their next steps. They're planning to meet this morning as scheduled and saying they hope Barr would change his mind. That doesn't look likely either. The thing is that the chairman said yesterday that the next step would be seeking a contempt citation against the Attorney General, and that would set up a whole new set of legal challenges.
Well, and that really brings us to what happened yesterday, right? Because there were some Democrats who came out of the Senate testimony saying that Barr should be impeached after his performance there. I mean, front and center was this letter that I mentioned at the top, this letter that Robert Mueller had written complaining about Barr's interpretation of his findings, right? What was the back and forth on that like?
A lot of this was about what Democrats feel is that the Attorney General is acting as a personal attorney for the president, not as an Attorney General for the United States. Here's what Senator Hirono of Hawaii said. She kind of encapsulated the way a lot of Democrats feel right now.
Now, the American people know that you are no different from Rudy Giuliani or Kellyanne Conway or any of the other people who sacrificed their once decent reputation for the grifter and liar who sits in the Oval Office.
Because we should say she's saying that because she believes that Barr was essentially covering up for the president by not drawing a conclusion of obstruction and by not releasing Mueller's findings earlier.
That's right. But Republicans, on the other hand, they'll hold up the Mueller report itself and say, hey, look, you've got a copy of it. The Attorney General has released a copy of it. And that, Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, the chairman of the committee, is essentially saying we should put it all behind us. This matter is concluded.
Are we going to see Mueller go before a congressional committee soon?
We certainly can anticipate, and Democrats in the House anticipate and hope that he will be testifying sometime in May.
That's where the next questions are for sure. NPR's Tim Mack. We appreciate it, Tim.
Thank you.
In recent days, U.S. officials have been characterizing the political turmoil in Venezuela as nearing its end.
Okay, so what's happening in Venezuela? Well, the opposition leader there, Juan Guaido, has been calling for the, quote, final phase of the operation to oust President Nicolas Maduro, asking millions of Venezuelans to take to the streets. But the reality here is a lot more complex. Venezuelans did come out and protest yesterday in a bid to put further pressure on Maduro, but they showed up in the thousands, not really the millions, and they were met with resistance. It's a sound there of tear gas, also rubber bullets being fired by the National Guard on some hardcore demonstrators who remained through the afternoon. By that time, in the capital, Caracas, many people had already headed home.
NPR's Philip Reeves is in Caracas and joins us now. Phil, you have covered a lot of protests in your career. You've covered a lot of protests in Venezuela. What was the scene like yesterday compared to others that you've observed?
Well, I think it was more tense. The crowd size was smaller, and I think that violence is a big difference. When Guaido began his campaign to assume power in earnest in January, there were some clashes at that time at the outset, but he's consistently said he wants this to be a peaceful campaign, and it's mostly been that. Yesterday, in that crowd, I saw people with their faces covered with cloths. They had homemade shields and gas masks. I saw people breaking rocks used to throw at Maduro security forces. And those clashes you heard, they were outside an air base in Caracas where Guaido had summoned his supporters Tuesday. The people who are in the front line taking on the security forces of Maduro, they're a small minority, but it means that the protests have changed in character and there's a growing threat of wider violence. Carolina Brisino, a teacher, is a veteran opposition activist who was there yesterday, and she says that Maduro's security forces shot rubber bullets at her when these clashes first began on Tuesday.
So I have to run because I feel the bullets on my back, and my t-shirt, has the holes in it. I have been here, fighting all since 20 years ago, okay? But this was the first day that I was very, very scared.
You were hit by a rubber bullet yesterday. And yet you are back again today.
Yes, I have to be here.
That's amazing. But, how many other people are going to endure that kind of risk? When you talk to people, do they have the sense that this is almost at an end or that Maduro's not going to go anywhere?
No, I think the Guaido supporters are actually disappointed. They really thought this week was going to be the moment. It wasn't, and they're disappointed about that. Mm-hmm. Also, Maduro's people were out on the streets yesterday too. They held May Day rallies, and their message was clear. This is another episode in the U.S.'s attempt, in their view, to end their revolution started by the late Hugo Chavez and kick out Maduro and install a puppet leader. And they were making that view very clear yesterday too, although they are fewer in number than Guaido's supporters, it has to be said.
What should we be watching for in coming days, Phil? What's going to happen?
Well, the key thing is Guaido wants a general strike. That's going to be difficult. He wants people with government jobs to start out with these strikes, but they're heavily dependent on those jobs and they'll get kicked out if they take part.
NPR's Philip Reeves in Caracas. Thanks, Phil. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Julian Assange, his extradition hearing begins this morning. Yesterday, the WikiLeaks founder was sentenced to 50 weeks in a British prison for skipping bail back in 2012. He was wanted by Swedish authorities investigating rape and sexual assault allegations.
Now, let's remember, Assange lived inside the Ecuadorian embassy in London from 2012 until being dragged out by British authorities last month with the cooperation of Ecuador. His attorney claims that Assange sought refuge inside the embassy because he feared he would be, quote, kidnapped by the United States.
NPR's London correspondent Frank Langfitt is with us this morning. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Rachel.
Has the public heard from Assange at all since he was taken into custody?
Yes, actually, yesterday he did speak, and he also submitted a letter, and he kind of did two things. He offered an explanation as for why he did what he did. He said he hid the embassy because he feared the U.S. would basically render him and might even torture him if they got him. And he also complained that he was under very bad conditions in the embassy, confined to small rooms, no courtyard access or to a garden. There was a letter from a doctor saying he'd become introverted and sad. And Assange said he was sorry for jumping bail. He said he was struggling through terrifying circumstances, and he thought at the time this was the best thing to do. The judge, of course, dismissed that argument, said this actually had cost UK taxpayers about $20 million, and that no one's above the law.
Frank, you're dealing with a lot of traffic where you are.
I am. I'm actually out. It's funny, Rachel. I'm stopping off to set up this thing about Assange because there's a lot going on in the UK right now. We have local elections, which are going to be kind of a referendum on Brexit. So I'm outside of London at the moment following the Assange case.
So the extradition process to the U.S. is going to start today. Can you just remind us of what he's accused of by the American government?
Sure. He's accused of trying to help Chelsea Manning, she's a U.S. Army intelligence officer, basically break part of a password to get into a classified network using somebody else's identity. WikiLeaks, of course, as we would remember, published a lot of classified government documents, including some about American soldiers killing civilians in Iraq that were very embarrassing. And Assange has kind of cast himself as a journalist trying to hold the U.S. accountable. Yesterday, outside the courthouse, Christian Hafnunson, he's editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks. This is what he had to say.
What is at stake there could be a question of life and death for Mr. Assange. It is also a question of life and death for a major journalistic principle.
Now, of course, Rachel, the U.S. government rejects all this. Their prosecutors are going after this conspiracy to basically computer hack to frame this simply as a cyber theft case. They don't want to give Assange ammo to basically make his point, which is his argument is he's being published for publicizing a leak and just trying to protect the source.
All right, NPR's Frank Langfitt bringing us the news and the context on Julian Assange's extradition hearing, which begins today. Frank, we appreciate it.
Happy to do it, Rachel.
Attorney General William Barr skipped a House hearing yesterday, the very same day Democrats accused him of breaking the law. That's a serious accusation that requires some context.
Right, so here it is. Back in April, Barr went before a House Appropriations Committee. He was asked by a Democratic member of Congress whether he was aware of reports that members of the special counsel's team had been frustrated with Barr's 4-page summary of the Mueller report. Barr replied that he didn't know what these reports were referencing. Well, it has now come to light this week that Mueller had, in fact, sent the Attorney General a letter prior to that hearing expressing his frustration with the lack of context in the summary. So yesterday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said this of Barr.
The Attorney General of the United States of America was not telling the truth to the Congress of the United States. That's a crime.
For its part, the Justice Department said that Speaker Pelosi's attack is, quote, reckless, irresponsible, and false, end quote.
All right, one person following all of this, NPR congressional correspondent Kelsey Snell, who joins us. Hi, Kelsey.
Hey there. Good morning.
Okay, so the Speaker of the House accusing the Attorney General of lying and committing a crime. This whole back and forth is coming to a whole new place now.
Yeah, the tension is absolutely ramping up. The comments from Pelosi kind of set the tone for how Democrats are approaching Barr now, and it really does signal a new phase of this confrontation with the Department of Justice. Democrats say a moment of accountability is coming, and they are really, really walking a tight line between wanting to demonstrate that they can be tough and trying to take a slow and deliberate approach to asking for information from the Department of Justice and from the administration because they really want to maintain gain credibility with the investigations that they're hoping to continue for many years to come. I mean, they are making this a very public show. They're making demands, including the one from the Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler for that unredacted version of the Mueller report. And they're really just kind of setting terms right now. This is all very procedural, but it's moving from the rhetorical space into one where there's the possibility of charges of contempt. And Pelosi's comments about Barr committing a crime are really, really big steps towards that kind of serious confrontation with the White House.
Well, and this all, I mean, these accusations against the Attorney General come as Barr refused to appear in the House Judiciary Committee yesterday. I mean, there was that empty chair we all saw on television. What exactly played out there?
Yeah, Democrats set some terms, including a request for a possible closed session to question Barr. And the implosion yesterday was kind of all about sending a message from Democrats that the administration can't dictate the terms of how the House process of investigating this administration is going to go. Now, Democrats say they wanted the option of asking, having committee lawyers ask questions of Barr. Nadler says they made a good effort to negotiate, and the Trump administration can't set the terms. So as much as there was a little bit of a stunt there, and Republicans said that it was a spectacle that kind of undermined the appearance of Democrats being apolitical, there's really no avoiding politics in this. Democrats have a base of their own that says they want impeachment, and they're trying to figure out exactly how to strike the right balance of being tough.
So as they try to strike that balance, what are we looking for to happen next?
Yeah, the subpoenas, we are waiting. The president says he'll fight any congressional investigation. And, that kind of sets up a showdown over who will comply and who will fight. Nadler gave DOJ a couple of days to send over the unredacted report we've been talking about. So this is very likely to continue playing out next week.
NPR's Kelsey Snell. Thanks, Kelsey.
You're welcome.
Okay, so John Kapoor is the founder of the firm Insys Pharmaceutical. His company developed a prescription fentanyl spray. That's a product that helped turn the company into $1 billion enterprise.
Yeah, and now Kapoor is facing up to 20 years in prison. He was found guilty yesterday in a Boston courtroom, along with 4 of his colleagues, of conspiring to bribe doctors to prescribe fentanyl, which is a highly addictive drug. Significantly, it marked the first time any CEO from a pharmaceutical company has been convicted in a case linked to the country's opioid crisis.
And we're joined now by Gabriella Emanuel of member station WGBH in Boston. She's been following this for us. Hi, Gabriella.
Hi there.
So explain a little bit more about what exactly this CEO and these individuals were convicted of doing here.
Yeah, the prosecutors argued that these executives oversaw a nationwide scheme to boost sales of this very addictive opioid painkiller. You can think 3 different steps. First, they targeted doctors who were known to overprescribe opioids. The former head of sales, who pleaded guilty and testified for the prosecution, said they ran toward pill mills, not away from them. So to Insys Therapeutics, he said pill mills meant dollar signs. The second step was bribing these doctors to write prescriptions. Often that meant prescribing really strong opioids to patients who did not necessarily need it. They had a speakers program that was a sham, where doctors were paid not to give lectures, but to write prescriptions. And then the final piece is they set up a whole call center where Insys employees deceived insurance companies, saying whatever was necessary to get their expensive medication paid for. They even fabricated cancer diagnoses.
Wow. I mean, I don't want to extrapolate too much from one company and one drug, but it feels like this trial might be giving us a real window into the opioid crisis.
Yeah. So that's exactly right. This company kind of did outrageous things and have been found guilty, but many of their tactics actually were not unique. So, for example, Insys sales reps were given higher bonuses when they convinced doctors to write prescriptions in higher doses. The idea was get patients hooked and keep them coming back for more. We saw the same thing out of Purdue Pharma, another pharmaceutical company that's caught up in allegations that they fueled the opioid epidemic. Some of the sales reps even made a music video about this, where they boasted about rats, which is a process called titration. Here's a clip of the video.
We can come into your office, we can go and bring some lunch, and while your staff is getting fed, we can start discussing substance. Yes, Lord.
Huh.
I was going to say it gets even crazier than that. There was a former exotic dancer who was hired as part of the sales team. She was one of the defendants who was found guilty yesterday in the trial, and she gave a lap dance to try and convince doctors to prescribe their opioid medication.
Well, I just want to ask you, I mean, you had the chance to speak with some of patients who were actually impacted by this scheme after the conviction. I mean, what did they tell you, and what are the implications of this trial moving forward now? What are they hoping for?
They said this was huge. Basically, it was the first big criminal case to come out of the opioid crisis, pharmaceutical company executives being charged criminally. And it's not a civil case. That means they could go to prison for up to 20 years.
All right, that's Gabriela Emanuel of member station WGBH. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, government forces have been bombarding one of the last rebel-held areas in Syria.
Yeah, witnesses say that Syrian and Russian airstrikes have hit hospitals, schools, civilians' homes. This is happening in what had been set aside as a buffer zone between Turkish and Russian-controlled areas in Syria. And it comes as there are supposed to be these peace talks in Geneva that would include representatives from the United States.
All right, let's turn to NPR's Ruth Sherlock, who is in Beirut. And Ruth, it doesn't sound like this is a buffer zone anymore. This is Syria's Idlib province. What's happening?
Right. Well, this is importantly the last main part of Syria that's controlled by rebel opponents of Bashar al-Assad. So, the regime has won back a lot of the country in the last few years, and now they seem to be focusing on this area. And there's a huge amount at stake here. It's a place that's swollen with civilians and, excuse me, sorry. So for a long time, it's been essentially a last refuge for people who fled other parts of the country. And aid workers are saying this could be a catastrophe if a full war takes hold.
Well, what are we hearing about these strikes and how bad they've been in terms of civilians and how they're being impacted?
Well, we're hearing reports of an intense onslaught. There's bombardment, airstrikes and barrel bombs. That's these crude TNT barrels that are full of explosives, the barrels that are full of TNT. And although there is fighting happening on the front lines, it seems that a lot of these are being also dropped in civilian neighborhoods. We spoke to one rescue worker who said that a kindergarten had been destroyed, where there were reports of hospitals hit. And we also spoke to a doctor, we're calling him just by his first name, Ahmed, for his safety. And he's from the charity Hand in Hand.
وصباح اليوم لحتى هلا ما عم تفضى ابدا بالطيران الروسي يعني عم تتواجد في السماء مرات 4 طيارات 5 طيارات.
So here he's saying the skies are never empty these days. There's planes and helicopters firing missiles and barrels. And he says yesterday in one village a family died leaving behind this one little girl. He's seen so much death over the last few years, and he's saying the international community only cares about numbers and not names. So he sent me a photograph of the family that died and told me to look at the little girl who's now an orphan. She looked about no older than 3.
Wow. Well, this was supposed to be a buffer zone, right? Was supposed to be a relatively safe place all sides had agreed upon. What does it tell us that has just ended?
Well, that's right. So Turkey was concerned that the millions of people living in this area would try to flood across its border if a full war took place. So it struck this deal in September with the Syrian regime's ally Russia, and they were meant to try to keep the peace there. They're actually meant to be starting joint patrols in May. But both Turkey and Russia seem to be having difficulty convincing their respective sides, that's the rebels and the regime, to let this happen.
Are there more talks coming that could bring some peace to this place?
Well, there are talks in Geneva on Friday with 7 countries, including the US. But, historically, these talks in Geneva have not come to a lot. And it's clear that each side is trying to gain as much ground as they can in this area ahead of the talks.
NPR's Ruth Sherlock for us in Beirut, covering that situation in that region in Syria. Ruth, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. After days of violence between Israel and militant groups in Gaza, a tentative ceasefire has been reached. The two sides traded hundreds of rockets and mortars over the weekend. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. This hour, why the new president of CBS News is changing its flagship shows. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm David Green. President Trump's campaign is a bit different this time. It's raising money from the GOP establishment. Also, maybe you see the glass half empty. We'll look at a program to change that attitude by helping people cope with stress. And scientists hope to create a genetic test to predict obesity. It is Monday, May 6th. Baseball great Willie Mays turns 88 years old today. The news is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. Attorney General William Barr is facing a deadline this morning to provide the House Judiciary Committee with an unredacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia report. That's along with some underlying materials. NPR's Miles Parks says the committee's chairman, Democrat Jerry Nadler of New York, is threatening to hold Barr in contempt of Congress if he doesn't comply.
In a letter on Friday, Nadler wrote that his committee is prepared to make, quote, every realistic effort to reach an accommodation with the Justice Department. House Democrats want Barr to comply with a subpoena to turn over the entire Mueller report. White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders responded to the letter by saying that at some point, Democrats need to realize their attacks on President Trump are, quote, not working and move on.
That's NPR's Miles Parks. President Trump's former personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, begins serving a 3-year prison sentence today for lying to Congress, tax evasion, and campaign finance violations. NPR's Shannon Van Sant reports.
Cohen will be serving his sentence at the Federal Correctional Institution, Otisville, which is south of New York's Catskill Mountains. Jack Donson worked as a case manager at Otisville.
He's going to a small satellite federal prison camp environment. No fences, college campus type atmosphere, a track to walk. I retired from that camp. I did my last 3 years in that camp. So, his biggest issue is going to be managing boredom, having people, because he's a high-profile figure, people tracking his every move.
Cohen will likely have to bunk in dormitory-style rooms. Other inmates include Fire Festival founder Billy McFarland and Jersey Shore star Michael The Situation Sorrentino. Shannon Van Sant, NPR News.
The National Weather Service says more heavy rain is likely this week in the Midwest, where flooding along the Mississippi River is causing problems for communities in Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. Benjamin Payne with member station WVIK has more from Davenport, Iowa.
Even after a dry weekend, the water is still too high to begin most recovery efforts, with dozens of downtown businesses flooded and closed. But it hasn't stopped people from coming downtown to witness the damage. A pedestrian sky bridge spanning the city's now underwater River Drive is one of the few places to get a good look at the flooding. Davenport resident Linda Baker.
It's devastating, but it's wonderful how the community will come together and definitely rebuild this and get everything back to normal.
The flooding is starting to feel like the new normal, though. The city is entering its 7th week of what's considered major flooding when the water is more than 3 feet above flood stage. For NPR News, I'm Benjamin Payne in Davenport, Iowa.
Russian officials say 41 people were killed when an Aeroflot jet made an emergency landing yesterday in Moscow. Much of the plane became engulfed in flames. This is NPR News from Washington. Boeing is acknowledging it wasn't until after one of its 737 MAX 8 jets crashed in Indonesia last year that it notified airlines and pilots that a safety alert on that model was not working properly. The alert is known as an angle of attack indicator. It warns pilots when a sensor is transmitting incorrect data. Last October's MAX 8 crash in Indonesia occurred shortly after takeoff, killing everyone aboard. In March, another MAX 8 crashed in Ethiopia under similar circumstances. Everyone aboard that flight was also killed. CBS is making changes to its TV news programs. NPR's David Folkenflik says the new president of CBS News, Susan Zirinsky, is putting her stamp on the network's coverage.
Zirinsky plans to drop CBS evening anchor Jeff Glor for Nora O'Donnell, currently co-host of CBS This Morning. Glor has been evening anchor less than 18 months. John Dickerson is also expected to depart the morning show to become a correspondent on 60 Minutes. Zirinsky intends to rebuild the morning show around Gayle King, who's won loyalty for securing numerous newsmaking interviews, perhaps most notably with the legally embattled singer R. Kelly. Her plans were triggered by sagging ratings and the legacy of sexual harassment accusations against former morning host Charlie Rose. His firing in late 2017 created a big hole in the morning show. Now Zirinsky is remaking the show in the news division once more. David Folkenflik, NPR News, New York.
Stocks in Asia ended sharply lower today after President Trump threatened to raise tariffs on Chinese imports to 25%. China's Shanghai Composite lost more than 5.5%. I'm Dave Mattingly, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Sierra Nevada Brewing Company, family-owned, operated, and argued over since 1980. Proud supporter of independent thought, whether that's online, over the air, or in a bottle. More at sierranevada.com.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm David Green in Culver City, California.
And I'm Rachel Martin in Washington, D.C. After days of deadly violence in the Gaza Strip and Israel, it appears that the two sides may have reached a ceasefire.
This latest round of fighting began 3 days ago. It was the worst on Sunday, with militant groups in Gaza launching at least 600 rockets and mortars at Israel. Israel then responded with airstrikes. Israeli military officials say they were targeting Hamas.
The IDF holds Hamas responsible for every act of violence against Israel and Israeli civilians. We are prepared and ready to continue to retaliate against Hamas, and we are prepared for different contingencies.
At least 4 Israelis and 23 Palestinians were killed in this fighting, and many more were wounded on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border. We're
joined now by Joseph Fetterman. He is the Israel bureau chief for the Associated Press, and we've got him on the line in Jerusalem. Thank you so much for being with us, Joseph. Can you just tell us what started this round of violence?
Yeah, it's the same pattern that we've seen a number of times in recent years. There are these unofficial ceasefire truce deals that have been mediated by Egypt over the years, and usually it's the same pattern where one side, the Palestinian side, Hamas, accuses Israel of violating these understandings. And to protest or to send a message, they may allow a rocket to be fired, a couple of rockets, and then Israel responds, and one thing leads to another, and the next thing you know, you have hundreds of rockets and hundreds of airstrikes.
But this is more intense than it's been in several years, correct?
This was the most intense we've seen since a war in 2014. Now, that was incredibly intense back then. That was a 50-day battle with thousands and thousands of rockets and so forth. So it wasn't at that level, but we have seen a number of these outbursts of fighting, and the most disturbing part is where after the war, we had several years of quiet. Then you have a couple of days of battles, and then you have a few months of quiet, and now it's becoming a few weeks of quiet. So we went through this same drill twice in March. Not quite the same level of intensity, but very similar just a few weeks ago.
So what does it mean? I mean, what's your takeaway from it?
My takeaway is that they need to find a better solution. The current system, these understandings between these two bitter enemies, is not working. Each side has its sets of demands. Basically, Israel has imposed this blockade on Gaza since Hamas took control of the territory in 2007. This blockade has had very devastating consequences to the economy. People cannot move in and out of the territory. Unemployment is now over 50%. Hamas wants that to be eased. In return, Israel wants Hamas to keep things quiet. They don't want any more rocket fire, and you've probably noticed over the past year, a little more than a year, every Friday there are these mass protests right along the Israeli border that often turn violent, with crowds trying to push through the border and people getting, on the Palestinian side, people getting killed every week. So it's really an untenable situation, and they have not found the magic formula to coexist.
So do you have any indication as to whether or not this particular ceasefire is going to hold and for how long?
No, from what we understand, that first of all, there are never any formal announcements. They don't put out a press release announcing their understandings. But from what we hear from our sources, all they've done is agreed to go back to what they understood a month ago. So we will see if Israel carries out what it has promised and whether Hamas keeps its promises.
Joseph Fetterman, he is the Israel bureau chief based in Jerusalem for the Associated Press. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, just before a new round of trade talks with China is supposed to kick off, a new round of tweets from President Trump threatening new tariffs. The president has delayed his planned tariff increases twice already this year. Negotiations with the Chinese are supposed to resume Wednesday.
Right. Those negotiations are supposed to take place Wednesday in Washington, and there are a lot of components to these trade disputes. But from the U.S. perspective, this is all about curbing China's unfair trade practices as it seeks to cement itself as a technological superpower. The president has delayed his planned tariff increases twice this year. So how effective is this new threat going to be?
NPR's Scott Horsley is with us this morning. Hi, Scott. Scott?
Good morning, Rachel.
There you are. So how's the U.S. business community reacting to this, and China for that matter, these new threats about tariffs?
I think these tweets were greeted with surprise and a little bit of nervousness. They came out of the blue. Just a few minutes earlier, the president had been tweeting about the Kentucky Derby. And after the last round of trade talks, which took place in Beijing last week, the White House had said they were productive and that they were moving towards substantial progress. Now, keep in mind, all of this may be just posturing by the president. Another round of talks, as you mentioned, is set to begin on Wednesday, and so Trump may be just trying to ramp up the pressure as negotiators near what they hope will be the finish line. And that notion that this is posturing appears to be how the Chinese are taking this. While there was some threat that China wouldn't participate in this round of talks, China's foreign ministry brushed off the president's threat, saying they've heard this kind of economic saber rattling from Trump before. They are planning to proceed with the next round of negotiations.
I mean, they have heard it before. As we noted, the president has threatened these tariffs twice before. Do they start to lose their effect, their intended potency, when they're threatened so often?
Well, maybe a little bit. This is kind of a standard game plan for President Trump. He threatens to blow something up, and then he claims credit when it doesn't happen. But Trump makes good on these kinds of threats just often enough that they cannot be discounted entirely. Up until this weekend, U.S. financial markets were anticipating that there would be some kind of deal with China. That's one reason the stock market has rallied since December, when the trade tensions were a whole lot higher. So if this deal were to fall apart and higher tariffs were actually to take effect, that would be a whole other story.
Can you take a big step back, Scott, and just remind us this is so not happening in isolation, right? The global implications of a trade dispute between the United States and China are huge.
Right. We're talking about the world's two biggest economies. So an all-out trade war would be destructive on both sides, and the ripple effects would go global. Probably the effects would be worse for China than for the U.S., but it would be painful here as well. Although Trump claimed in his tweet that China is bearing the cost of the existing tariffs, most analysts say that's not true. Chinese companies may be absorbing some of the cost of these tariffs, but the bulk is being passed on to U.S. businesses and consumers. And if the tariffs were in fact to go from 10 to 25%, as he threatened in his tweets, that price tag would only go up. We saw a warning about those effects yesterday from the National Retail Federation. They say it would cost jobs, it would cost consumers money, and the fallout would be even bigger if Trump followed through on a threat to expand the tariffs.
Okay, NPR Chief Economics Correspondent Scott Horsley for us this morning. Thanks, Scott.
You're welcome.
Presidential politics now. Two Democratic presidential candidates whose base of support comes from white voters spent the weekend in South Carolina trying to pitch themselves to black Americans.
Right. Former Vice President Joe Biden and South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg have pitched their candidacies around winning back Midwestern states that Democrats lost in 2016. But to get that far, they need to win the Democratic primary first.
And that primary runs right through the state of South Carolina, where NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow spent the weekend. Hey, Scott.
Good morning.
How's South Carolina treating you?
Oh, it's pretty nice. Always good to be here.
So Biden has been there a lot. I mean, he's a familiar face in South Carolina, right?
He is. He's been here a lot as a vice president, as a longtime candidate, and that familiarity goes a long way. But this is his first time here as running in 2020. He made this appeal to white working class voters in Iowa and Pennsylvania the first week of his campaign. But South Carolina is important to Democrats because it's the first state where a majority of primary voters are black. So it was interesting to hear his message shift a little bit. Biden does have far and away the top poll numbers of candidates so far among non-white voters. Mm-hmm. And a big reason for that appeal seems to be his time in the Obama administration. So it was notable to me that in Columbia, Biden was repeatedly bringing up Barack Obama over and over again. He was telling the crowd how close the two men are.
I heard you playing the tape of my buddy, I shouldn't be so casual, President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Oh, like he just slipped there. Oh, I shouldn't be so casual. Did
he
I
called
mention
him
we're
his
friends?
buddy, his friend, about 4 or 5 times. It was a lot. He did also talk about voting rights, health care, but just like in other places, he's really framing himself already running against Trump, trying to make it seem like he's the nominee.
Yeah. So what was it like to see Biden and South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg back to back? I mean, what was the message coming out of the mayor of South Bend?
Yeah. Buttigieg has enjoyed a ton of attention lately. He seems to be on every single magazine cover you find. He's rising in the polls. To me, the things that stuck out was this looked like the rally of a top-tier candidate. There were almost as many people there as were there for Biden. It was well-produced. It was well-organized. But one very striking thing, in a state where, as we mentioned, African-American voters are the majority of the primary vote, there were hardly any black people at this rally. It was almost entirely a crowd of white voters. Buttigieg did acknowledge to reporters that this is a problem.
In order to win and in order to deserve to win, my campaign needs to go above and beyond in reaching out to black voters, and that's going to continue to be a priority for us.
He said it's an outreach issue and also a trust issue. He's acknowledging that he is someone who just hasn't been on the national scene for a long time. Buttigieg did talk a lot about criminal justice reform, about how the federal government needs to work with cities to improve policing, and also voting rights. These are all things that many black voters are saying are critical issues for them.
Did they talk about President Trump?
A little bit. Both were asked questions of how do you beat President Trump. Buttigieg said engaging with Trump is like a Chinese finger trap, that the harder you go after him, the worse it gets for yourself. Biden, interestingly, had a mixed message. He said at one point he didn't want to get into the mud, but then someone at a fundraiser said, well, do you have a nickname for him? And he said, yeah, I'd call him a clown. So Biden seems to be figuring out his approach here.
All right. NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow for us on the political campaign events happening in South Carolina over the weekend. Scott, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure thing.
This is NPR News.
It takes two to make a thing go right, right? Well,
Yeah.
things are not exactly going right between the United States and China, I think we could say.
Nope. China's trade negotiators are set to arrive in the U.S. this week, but President Trump already plans to raise tariffs on $200 billion worth of Chinese goods on Friday. The president's top economic advisor suggested in a briefing yesterday that this latest tariff increase is retaliation after China walked away from previous commitments. So, does this mean the once bright prospects for a trade deal have now dimmed?
Well, let's ask NPR's chief economic correspondent, Scott Horsley. Hi, Scott.
Good morning, David.
Not exactly the most pleasant way to welcome people to a country for trade talk, saying, yeah, come to Washington and talk, but we're gonna threaten to raise your tariffs before we even start talking.
Right. And we know more about the backstory now than we did 24 hours ago. When President Trump first tweeted that tariff threat over the weekend, he caught a lot of people by surprise because Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin and U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer had been in Beijing last week for trade talks, and the report we got was that those talks were productive. There were signs that the two sides were closing in on a deal. But Mnuchin and Lighthizer told reporters yesterday that China is backtracking from some of the commitments it had already made. And Mnuchin said that was crystallized over the weekend when China sent over a new draft of what was supposed to be the possible agreement. Lighthizer is adamant that those tariffs are going to ratchet up from 10 to 25% at a minute past midnight on Friday morning, just as a new round of talks is underway here in Washington. Although Mnuchin did leave the door open that that tariff increase could be postponed again if China blinks.
But the markets follow all this so closely, like every little hint. And this is more than a hint. This is the Trump administration saying, essentially that they could blow this whole thing up. So how are the markets reacting?
You know, there was a sharp drop in stocks yesterday after the president's threat, but late in the day, the market sort of recovered a lot of that lost ground. Investors seem to think this is all just for show. This is just a bargaining tactic. And over the weekend, the stock reaction was fairly muted. Overnight, rather, the stock reaction was fairly muted. Mnuchin did say yesterday that the administration is not going to be moved by short-term market reactions. They're really determined to see China change its behavior. However, President Trump is playing with fire here. You know, the president's own approval ratings are not very good. One exception is he gets pretty high marks for his handling of the economy, and that could change if there's a real blow-up between the world's two biggest economies.
So, but could this just all be a negotiating strategy? Is that possible?
It's possible. Both Mnuchin and Lighthizer say Liu He, the leader of the Chinese delegation, is someone they think they can do business with. What they feel like is that he's getting pushback from some hardliners elsewhere in the Chinese government who might be swayed by these higher tariffs. It's a reminder that even in an autocratic government like China, there can be factions, just as there certainly have been on China here in the Trump administration. For the moment, though, all sides of the Trump administration seem united that these tariffs are going to go up on Friday.
NPR's Scott Horsley. Scott, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Okay, Scott mentioned there that people in the Trump administration seem united. The White House does seem to be presenting this unified front to the Chinese on trade this week, but it wasn't always this way.
No, not so long ago. Top White House advisors got in a really bitter disagreement, several of them, over whether tariffs would help the U.S. economy or, in fact, devastate it. And the disagreements were not just behind closed doors.
And we're joined now by NPR's Laura Sullivan. She's been working with our partner PBS Frontline on a story about how the trade dispute took shape inside the Trump White House. And their hour-long film airs tonight. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
So tell me about this rift in the White House and what period of time are we talking about?
So this is the beginning of the Trump administration, and things broke down very quickly. It was people like Gary Cohn, Trump's top economic advisor, a hawkish economist named Peter Navarro, his national security advisor, H.R. McMaster, and they separated almost immediately into two camps. This battle became known as the globalists versus the nationalists. Gary Cohn was a globalist. Globalists hate tariffs. Nationalists like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro want tariffs. Bannon told me these were, quote, the nastiest fights in the White House, and it got very personal. Peter Navarro would just go at it with Gary Cohn at these weekly trade meetings. Navarro would pull out one of his charts. You have to picture these sort of giant pie charts on whiteboards, which Gary Cohn told me used to just drive him nuts. Cohn came from data-heavy Goldman Sachs and couldn't believe this was how policy was being made. He said Navarro and Bannon didn't bring actual data to the meetings. They brought pictures. Bannon completely disputes this. He says Cohn refused to acknowledge and couldn't understand that the country is at what he called economic war with China. In any case, one day they all got into it in the Roosevelt Room, and it got so bad that General John Kelly had to come in and break things up before it went to blows, sent them all back into separate rooms. It went on like this several times.
Sent them to their corners?
Exactly. But at the heart of this was something very serious. They were arguing over whether tariffs will balance assess the relationship with a competing country that is poised to overtake the United States as the world's next superpower, or whether tariffs will destroy the United States economy in the process.
How long did this all go on?
They fought bitterly for about a year, and they're still angry with each other. I talked with H.R. McMaster, and he said they were all passionate about China. They were equally concerned about the economic threat that China poses to the United States. When I told Bannon that's what McMaster said, this is how he responded.
That's a total and complete lie. I fought that guy every day. I don't want to hear his nonsense now that he realizes he was on the wrong side of the history. If he said that, he is a stone-cold liar.
Wow, Bannon still sounds angry.
Yeah, he actually had a string of profanity that went along with that, most of which started with the letter F, but I thought it would spare everybody that this early in the morning.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that. So, I mean, some people say that it's good to have different sides competing within an administration and you get to a good result. Could that be the case here? Or was this battle like undermining the Trump administration's ability to hold these trade talks?
I mean, these fights got very nasty and at some point, it was seeping well outside the White House. Susan Thornton was the acting Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, and she served under 10 secretaries of state. And she said this was the most difficult job she's had, trying to present a strong, unified front to the Chinese. This is how she described her job.
They were having fights in front of the Chinese delegation, which is like a cardinal sin of negotiating. It makes it look like your delegation doesn't know what it's doing, and the leader of the delegation doesn't have sufficient authority to negotiate.
So that's all in the past now. Here we are. The nationalists like Bannon and Navarro won. Trump levied billions in tariffs on Chinese imports and seems poised to add billions more. And most of the people involved in these fights have now left the White House.
All right. And your PBS Frontline film airs tonight, right?
That's right.
On all of this. All right. Yeah. NPR's Laura Sullivan. Laura, thanks.
Thank you, David.
So 1 million species of plants and animals on Earth are at risk of extinction over the coming decades.
Right. This is according to this new sweeping UN report about how the world's growing population is putting the world's biodiversity at risk. The chairman of the panel that produced the report put the findings in simple terms.
Biodiversity is important in its own right. Biodiversity is important for human well-being, and we humans are destroying it.
And the research say the situation is dire. They also say it's not too late to prevent some of the damage.
And I'm joined now by NPR's Nate Rott, who's here at NPR West in L.A. with me. He covers this. Hey, Nate.
Hey, David.
So destroying biodiversity, humans doing that? I mean, I don't want to be overdramatic, but that's what this report is basically telling us.
Yeah, unfortunately, David, that is exactly what it's telling us. That you, me, our 7 billion plus fellow humans are completely altering the face of the Earth and straining all of the systems that string everything together. For example, the report says that 3/4 of the land surface on the planet, imagine that, 3/4 of the land surface and 2/3 of the oceans have been significantly altered by humans. So we're talking forests or grasslands that have been turned into farming areas, wetlands that have been covered in concrete to build cities on, coral reefs bleached by warm waters. Those direct changes to land and water are the biggest drivers of decline in biodiversity, the report says. But it also mentions pollution, invasive species from our global trade, overfishing, overlogging, and, of course, climate change.
So you and I have even talked about some of these things independently and that you've reported on.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, is there anything new here, or is this report kind of taking a lot of problems that we've known about together and saying this is the scope kind of broadly?
Yeah, it's basically making this connection and taking all these one-off stories that you and I we've heard about, right? Threatened species, say sage grouse or monarch butterflies, or, we've read a story about an ecosystem that's in really dire shape, the melting Arctic, deforestation in Brazil. And it's tying all those together to show that this is a systemic problem. And it's also doing something that we don't often see, which is that it's showing that there's a broader implication here. And that broader implication, frankly, is pretty scary. It's a reminder that for all the power that we have over the natural world, all of our technology and doodads, we still depend on natural systems for our day-to-day lives. We rely on trees and plants to make oxygen that we breathe. We rely on butterflies and bees to pollinate the crops that we eat. So we are still very much a part of this web, even if we control much of it.
Can we control the solution? Is there anything we can do about this?
There's a lot of things we can do about it. But I think, to quote the people that wrote this, they said it would take unprecedented transformative change. Here's Anne-Laure Gadry, a French ecologist and executive secretary of the panel that put this report together.
We have not lost the battle, and if given a chance, nature will reconquer its rights and will prevail. And so we really want everyone to feel that they can contribute.
So this report lays out a huge list of steps that we can all take to do this. We can reduce waste. We can, conserve the wild spaces that we still have. We can change law, or in some cases, enforce ones that we already have. But a key step is also education. And we can't fix a problem we can't recognize. And so hopefully this is a step in that direction.
Just one first step towards the knowledge that we need. NPR's Nate Rott. Thanks so much, Nate.
Yeah, thanks, David.
What are the limits of executive power? It's a question at the heart of our democracy.
That's right. The Constitution suggests that Congress has the ultimate power. They can fire the president. But the president has enormous power to act, or in this case, to refuse. President Trump has told his former White House counsel not to follow a subpoena from Congress. Lawmakers want to see documents relating to the work of Don McGahn. He once resisted the president's effort to have the special counsel fired. Lawmakers also want to see the special counsel's full report, but so far, Attorney General William Barr is refusing. Jerry Nadler is chairman of the House Judiciary Committee.
Yes, we will continue to negotiate for access to the full report for another couple of days. And yes, we will have no choice but to move quickly to hold the Attorney General in contempt if he stalls or fails to negotiate in good faith.
That was Nadler a few days ago, and now, according to Nadler, the time for that vote to hold the Attorney General in contempt has arrived. As NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson is on the line. Mara, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Is this conflict normal?
There have been conflicts many times before between Congress and the executive branch about testimony, about documents. What's different and not normal about this is that this is an across-the-board refusal. The president said that he was going to fight all the subpoenas. It's Don McGahn's testimony. It's access to the full Mueller report, the underlying materials, and the redactions. It's Attorney General Barr testifying before the House. It's the president's tax returns. The president has also tweeted he doesn't want Bob Mueller to testify. And the system of separation of powers with three co-equal branches of government really only works if the executive branch and the legislative branch accept that the other one is co-equal. In other words, they have to respect the limits of their branch and respect the role of the other branch. And that's what's being drawn into question.
And as I understand it, that is essentially the argument the administration is making against Congress. You have no legitimate purpose to do any of these things, and therefore we're not going to follow them. The administration asserting whether Congress has the right or not.
Right. At one point, the president said, I don't want people testifying to a party. It's not a party. It's the House of Representatives.
Okay, so what does it mean if, in fact, this vote goes ahead as scheduled today and this House committee votes to hold the Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, in contempt of Congress?
Well, then I think it goes to court. The big development yesterday was that the Department of Justice told the House Judiciary Committee to either cancel the contempt vote or it will recommend asserting executive privilege over the entire Mueller report. Of course, most of it's already public, and all the underlying documents. And what that means is that if the White House does assert executive privilege, that can be litigated. That can go to court, and that would be the next step. Instead of just delaying things and continuing to negotiate, once executive privilege is asserted, then the two sides go to court.
I'm trying to understand what the ultimate power is that Congress would have here. I mean, if I was held in contempt of court by a judge, I could be jailed until I decide to follow the court's orders. I guess we're not talking about William Barr being dragged away by bailiffs or something like that.
Well, no, and that's important because the Congress can issue fines, but they don't have a constabulary. They can't put somebody in jail. They can go to court, and most legal experts say that probably Congress will win because the Constitution, as you mentioned earlier, says that Congress has oversight responsibility of the executive branch. They could dock people's salaries. They could refuse to pass legislation or raise the debt limit. There are things Congress can do, but I think we're in for a protracted legal fight.
Mara, thanks.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Mara Eliason. Needless to say, President Trump has never been a fan of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal.
Never, ever, ever in my life have I seen any transaction so incompetently negotiated as our deal with Iran.
Exactly 1 year ago, Trump pulled the U.S. out of that agreement. It was an agreement that had largely succeeded in stopping Iran's path toward developing a nuclear weapon. Now, at the time, Iran said it would stay in the deal. But then today, President Hassan Rouhani announced Iran will stop complying with some of its commitments.
What's going on here? NPR's Peter Kenyon has been following this story. He's covered Iran for years. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Steve.
What is Iran saying they will do, or more precisely, stop doing?
Right. President Rouhani says if things haven't gotten better economically for Iran in 60 days, it's going to return to enriching uranium to a higher level. That's important because if you've got low enriched uranium, it's good for electricity, things like that. But highly enriched uranium could go into a nuclear warhead. And as you mentioned, President Trump has never been a fan of this deal. It doesn't last forever. It doesn't deal with all the other problems the U.S. has with Iran, missiles, support for terror groups, etc. There's a whole list. And Trump pulling the U.S. out of the deal a year ago, bringing back sanctions, prompted hardliners in Iran to argue, well, Tehran should pull out too. Rouhani today says Iran's not prepared to do that. He says UN inspectors have confirmed it's still in compliance. But if in a couple months it does take these steps, the higher enrichment of fuel, that would move Tehran closer to being able to resume nuclear weapons work if it wants to. And that's a non-proliferation worry.
A couple of important distinctions that I'm hearing in what you're saying, Peter. First, it sounds like Iran has not stopped complying. Now they are threatening to do so. And second, you're saying that Iran wants economic improvement. That was the original deal, right? Iran would limit its nuclear program in return for more normal economic relations with the rest of the world, which is what the U.S. is now trying to block, right?
Exactly. And there are 5 other countries in this deal who have been saying all along they're trying to find ways to keep trade with Iran going and protect companies who want to do business with Iran and the U.S. So far, that's been less than impressive, not very effective. Basically, banks and big companies who do business with both countries or might do business with both countries don't want to lose the American market for a much smaller Iranian economy.
What do we watch for over the next 60 days then?
Well, it's possible that this move will breathe new life into these efforts by Russia, China, and European countries to keep the deal alive. Iran's foreign minister flew to Moscow this week to see what he could find out. Will we see new efforts to protect companies who want to do business with Iran? And if so, how might the Trump administration respond to that? What we've seen so far is not especially encouraging. Iran is going to start keeping more low-enriched uranium, also heavy water. That could put it out of compliance. And then there's this higher enrichment in 60 days. So the bottom line is this maximum pressure campaign from Washington, where's it going to lead?
Complicated story. Peter, thanks for making it clear for us.
Thanks, Steve.
That's NPR's Peter Kenyon. Today, South Africans are voting in parliamentary and provincial elections.
That's right, big elections. The governing African National Congress has been in charge in South Africa for the past 25 years, when Nelson Mandela became the first democratically elected president. But a lot of people there feel his ANC party, which has been mired in corruption, has just come up short, failing to fully deliver on promises like basic needs, services, and jobs.
NPR's Afebia Quist-Arcton is in South Africa, in Johannesburg. Hi there, Afebia. Where are you exactly?
Greetings from Rosebank Primary School, where 2 little girls, one black, one white, are racing up and down the forecourt with Georgie, a golden retriever who's come with his owners to vote this morning. So there's, it's a public holiday here, so people are cool and people are lining up or waiting to vote.
Okay, so what are you seeing there and what are you hearing?
Depends who you speak to. Black, white, the different races here in South Africa. Some say we stay with the status quo, which is the governing ANC, despite the fact that the ANC is seen to have been corrupt, mired in influence peddling, and so on. And that's the view of Inkosi Kulele Nyembezi. He says as long as people end up in court and on trial and in jail for cheating and looting, that's a good thing. But he says, South Africa is a young republic after 25 years, and that's why we must give this country a chance. Have a listen.
It's like a human being. Teenage democracy, you show adolescence, you want to show your identity and your personality. So 25 years after democracy, it's maturing. Here is an adult, a young adult, beginning to take decisions, because the troubling thing is that the gap between the haves and the have-nots is widening.
Afebi, I want to ask about the African National Congress. We mentioned their history. We mentioned their background in the opening up of South Africa and the ending of apartheid. It's given them so much credibility, which raises a question. Even if people are dissatisfied with their government, is there a real credible opposition?
Well, that's the problem. There's an official opposition, and it is controlling. It is in charge in a couple of key provinces here in South Africa. Now, the ANC's support has been sliding over the years for these very many reasons. Not only corruption, which dates back 10 years under disgraced President Jacob Zuma, but also because many feel that the ANC has not fully delivered on its pledge for a better life for all South Africans. And of course, that means jobs. Youth unemployment is so high. It also means housing, electricity, and of course, this very sensitive issue of land reform and land distribution, because of course, most of the land in South Africa is owned by white people and not the majority black. So those are the sorts of issues South Africans are dealing with. Some say the ANC is the party to continue with. Others say no, give others a chance. They've had 25 years and they've let us down.
Is this seen clearly as a referendum on the ANC then?
Oh, definitely. People are saying this is a defining vote. A quarter of a century after Nelson Mandela was sworn in as the first democratically elected president, the first black president, people say, yes, this is the record card of the ANC, and they have been found wanting. But, you know, we'll see when the results come out. I'm not in Congo, I'm not in Nigeria. The elections have happened, not postponed, and South Africa's results will be known pretty soon.
Afebi, it's always a pleasure to hear from you. Thanks so much.
Always a pleasure. Thank you. Ciao.
That's NPR's Afebi Quist-Arcton in South Africa.
Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler, says, quote, "We are now in a constitutional crisis."
The chairman made that declaration after his committee voted to hold the Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, in contempt of Congress. It will not surprise you to hear that Republicans have a different view of whether this is a crisis. Ranking Republican member Doug Collins on that committee criticized the party line vote.
This is simply another entrance to defame the Attorney General, to lower him in the eyes of the public so that they can continue to ask for documents they can't get.
This is about access to a document. House Democrats asked the Attorney General for an unredacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report on the 2016 election. President Trump now says he is asserting executive privilege over this full report, even though most of it has been made public.
NPR's lead political editor, Domenico Montanaro, is with us. Good morning, Domenico.
Good morning, Noel.
All right, so let's start with Attorney General Barr. What happens to him now that the committee voted him in contempt?
Well, I mean, Democrats basically have three options. Most of this, I have to tell you right off the bat, is not realistic.
Okay.
But let's play along for what those options are. One, Congress could refer this case to a U.S. attorney. They'd have Barr prosecuted for contempt for refusing a subpoena. But first of all, I mean, they haven't even issued a subpoena yet, and the full House still hasn't voted on contempt for Barr, so they have to wait for that. And the Justice Department would have to go along, so again, not very likely. The second option, even more unlikely, is the House Democrats could arrest Barr. They could have the Sergeant-at-Arms go out and hold him. That hasn't been done in modern times, and it's not even clear where they'd actually hold him because there's a bit of a myth about the House having its own jail. There's no working jail in the Capitol. And think about the political bomb that would set off. So really almost impossible to think that would happen. But finally, the most likely option, obviously like a lot of other things, this all ends up in the courts. That's a place Trump thinks he can win. Even if he doesn't, I mean, think about how long that process could take. It could take months, years, really slow things down for getting any information that Democrats want. And we're talking about this now butting right up against next year's election.
Yeah, let's talk about the president and his decision to exercise executive privilege over the report. How does this factor in? I mean, it feels very stalemate-y right now.
Yeah, well, this is a president who's now using executive power for the first time.
Yeah.
Lots of presidents have invoked executive power. I mean, some more than others, and often involving investigations from Congress. But Trump's is pretty blanket. That's what's a little different about this one. It's for all of the Mueller report. for what hasn't been publicly released already. Democrats see that as going too far. They want access to the full report. They want the underlying evidence, and they want Barr to sign on with them to appeal to a judge to try to release grand jury testimony, or at least not try to stop their efforts. That's a piece where Republicans are really feel like that's going too far themselves. And they say that that would make the attorney general be breaking the law in releasing grand jury testimony. That's kind of a bit of a fine line splitting hairs.
Domenico, is there reason to question whether we're really in a constitutional crisis yet? It's true we have one branch of government saying one thing, another branch of government refusing, but you just said the most likely outcome is that it goes to the third branch of government and they make a decision, and then we find out if we really have a crisis.
Yeah, I mean, and you've had these kinds of standoffs in the past, and you have often had courts siding with Congress to say that an administration needs to release some of this subpoenaed material. But, when it comes to grand jury testimony, it's slightly different. And, of course, Trump has been able to put a lot of judges on federal courts and, of course, feels pretty good about where he is with the Supreme Court and how they feel about giving a president full length of executive power.
All right, so constitutional crisis TBD. NPR lead political editor Domenico Montanaro. Thanks, Domenico.
You're so welcome.
Trade negotiators from China will be in Washington, D.C. today.
They're here for 2 days of talks with their American counterparts. Hanging over these negotiations are tariff increases that President Trump promised the other day on $200 billion worth of Chinese goods. They would take effect at the end of this week. Now, let's remember these tariffs are higher taxes on goods that are imported into the United States. Our economics correspondent Scott Horsley has noted that the tax increases are mostly paid by American businesses and consumers, but past rounds of tariffs did get China's attention, so how are the Chinese responding now?
NPR's Rob Schmitz is in Shanghai. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Noel.
All right, so let's start with the Chinese negotiators who are coming to D.C. today. There is some real pressure on these guys, isn't there?
Yeah, I do not envy Liu He, who is China's lead negotiator. He's really become the hapless mediator between two leaders who have lofty expectations from these trade talks. On the Beijing side, it appears that leader Xi Jinping was behind the refusal to commit or the backtracking on commitments, we're not sure which yet, that angered the U.S. There are reports that Xi himself vetoed many sections of a draft agreement, angering President Trump, who then took to Twitter to announce his retaliation. So Liu has a stressful trip ahead of him. He's going to have to explain to his American counterparts what happened and what exactly Beijing is willing to commit to. And they're going to hash this out while the clock is ticking on significant tariff hikes that will likely have a big impact on global markets.
How is this being sold to the general public in China? Like, are people paying attention to this?
It is being sold very carefully, Noel. China's government controls the media, as we know, and Twitter is blocked here. And Beijing has been working hard to ensure that news of Trump's angry tweets threatening more tariffs were nowhere to be seen this week. And social media sites were deleting any mention of them. I actually went downstairs from the NPR bureau to talk to people on the street to try to get a sense of what they knew about the trade negotiations. Most people didn't know very much. They hadn't heard anything, and they didn't feel like this trade war has had any impact on their daily lives. But I did meet one person, 32-year-old Tang Yu, an HR staffer at a local company here in Shanghai, who seemed to have a handle on what was happening. And here's what she said when I asked her which country has more leverage in these talks.
Neither of them do. It's a war. Both countries will lose, whether it's a trade war or an actual war. I just hope both sides will resolve it peacefully. It's better for the global economy that way.
Neither of them having more leverage. That is interesting. Right. I mean, given how tensions have risen just in recent days with President Trump threatening more tariffs over the weekend, are people in China optimistic about an agreement?
Well, I think people in the know who have an historical understanding of how China typically negotiates are likely not surprised about this week's events. Backing away from perceived commitments is a negotiation strategy that's familiar to anyone who's worked here in China. And China watchers I've spoken to think that if China were truly backtracking here and digging their heels in, what would be the point of sending their delegation to Washington this week? By sending Liu He, China seems to be sending a message that it's still open to negotiating and that it wants to make a deal with the Trump administration. What that deal is, though, is still up for grabs.
A lot of TBDs today. NPR's Rob Schmitz in Shanghai. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Tal.
All right, if you see an ad on television for a prescription drug, you will also hear about the drug's potential side effects.
extreme fatigue, constipation, excessive thirst or urine, swollen ankles, loss of appetite, rash.
Wow, give me some of that. Okay, so that's a drug that can help you as well, according to the ad. But what an ad like that commonly does not list is how much the drug will cost, at least not until now. Yesterday, the Trump administration announced that pharmaceutical companies must include a drug's wholesale price in a TV ad if it costs more than $35 per month. The rule is set to go into effect this summer, but some drug companies are resisting this move.
With us in studio is Nicholas Florko. He's the Washington correspondent for the health news site Stat News. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning.
So consumer groups are thrilled about this new rule. The pharmaceutical industry, not so much. What is their argument against simply listing prices?
Well, drug makers say that because of insurance coverage, that hardly anyone actually pays the price that the Trump administration is forcing them to include in their ads. That price is often called the list price or the sticker price, and drug makers actually argue that consumers seeing that price could actually prevent them from talking to their doctor about a drug they might need out of a false assumption that they can't afford the drug.
So I see the price on TV, I see it without my insurance, and I think, oh, I can't afford $500. But let me ask you something. Earlier this year, Johnson & Johnson started including the list price of a blood thinner in its television ads. They're the first company to do that. And how has that been working for them? How did they pull this off?
It's been going well. I mean, frankly, it's a smart PR move. The Trump administration has been eager to shame drug makers for their lack of enthusiasm over including list prices in ads. The Trump administration has actually said that drug makers might be ashamed of their prices, but they've actually praised Johnson & Johnson at pretty much every turn. And during a presidency where a single tweet can send your stock tanking, that praise really goes a long way.
And as I understand it, Johnson & Johnson has just put on TV what the drug costs and then what the drug costs if you have insurance.
That's right.
Okay. So to be clear, this is a rule, not a law. How's it going to be enforced?
Well, that's probably the most interesting part of this proposal. So the Trump administration actually doesn't have a way to enforce this on their own. Instead, they'll rely on drug companies to essentially police each other. Basically, if drug maker X decides to comply, meaning they put a price in their ads, drug maker Y doesn't, drug maker X can sue drug maker Y over what's called an unfair trade practice. Basically, they're getting an unfair advantage because they're not listing their price in their ads.
Okay, so the president is shooting for inter-pharma competition to work this out. The pharmaceutical industry as a whole is very powerful. Are they going to fight this?
They certainly are. They've pretty much signaled as much as they can that they're going to sue over this proposal. They argue that it violates their First Amendment rights. Basically, they say, we don't want to disclose this information. You don't have a compelling reason to force us to. And so it'll likely be fought out in the courts.
First Amendment argument. Last question for you. The White House has been pushing for this, as you said, as part of this effort to lower drug prices. Do you think this is going to have that effect?
It's an indirect try at best. I mean, the drug makers have been very intent on sort of fighting this as much as they can. They could have already lowered their list prices, so it might shame a few. They might think a second about putting a high list price on their drug, but I would say it's probably not the most immediate way to do so.
Nicholas Florko is Washington correspondent at Stat News. Thanks so much, Nicholas.
Thanks for having me.
If you're an American and you order goods from China, the tax bill that is part of the price you pay may have gone up overnight.
That's right. As promised, the U.S. put higher taxes on a range of products made in China. Now, Americans will pay the tax, but this move is meant to pressure China. President Trump's administration did this just as negotiators met for trade talks. So what are the prospects here for success?
Who better to ask than NPR economics correspondent Scott Horsley, who's on the line. Scott, good morning.
There's got to be somebody better to ask.
Well, I don't know. You're the one who's available, Scott. So are the two sides giving any hints of progress?
Not really, except that the Chinese delegation did, in fact, show up here in Washington. They talked last night. The talks continued over dinner, and they're going to be back at it this morning. So I guess you could say that is a sign, at least, that things have not broken off entirely.
Because of the new tariffs, that didn't cause things to fall apart. But let's note the way that the president has been talking about these tariffs. We have some tape here. Let's listen.
So our country take in $120 billion a year in tariffs, paid for mostly by China, by the way, not by us. So a lot of people try and steer it in a different direction. It's really ultimately it's paid for largely by China.
Is that accurate that the tariffs are largely paid by China?
No, it's not. Despite what the president says, economists believe the bulk of these tariffs are paid by businesses and consumers here in the U.S. In cases where there's easy substitutions, China might absorb some of the cost to stay competitive, but generally speaking, tariffs are paid by people on this side of the Pacific. The other big cost, Steve, is felt by our exporters because China, like other trading partners, has responded to the president's tariffs by imposing tariffs of its own, and that makes it harder for Americans to sell their products in China.
I want to keep that reality in mind for a moment, Scott, because you've told us that Americans are largely paying these tariffs. And that does raise a question, why would China care if the United States is raising tariffs? Because it does seem that they care.
Right. Well, the president says that these tariffs will force American customers to go back to buying from American suppliers. And there may be some cases where that happens. But, I've talked to a lot of people who say what they do is they just look for a cheaper supplier in some other country, like Vietnam.
Oh, so maybe that would be China's ultimate fear here, is that there is increasing friction between China and the United States, increasing costs in doing business in China for Americans, and that Americans would just end up looking somewhere else in the world.
That's right, a threat that they could over time lose market share, but that's not something that's going to happen right away. We should say, Steve, there is a little bit of wiggle room here because the higher tariffs that took effect at midnight don't apply to goods that were already in transit as of 11:59 on Thursday. And it does take time for goods to cross the ocean. So that means there's still a little bit of a window here when a deal could still be struck before these higher tariffs really start to be felt in the United States.
And I suppose there's a little time before another shoe drops because China has said they will respond to these tariffs, but we don't know yet exactly how or when.
That's right. And, the president is also threatening to expand tariffs onto a whole lot of other Chinese goods. China has limited options to respond to that because we simply buy a lot more from them than they buy from us.
Scott, thanks.
You're welcome.
That's NPR's Scott Horsley. Next, we have the voice of a Russian woman inside an American jail.
My name is Maria Butina, and I'm a Russian citizen, and now I guess I'm an inmate.
Maria Butina is so far the only Russian arrested after Russia played a role in our 2016 election. She pled guilty to conspiracy to act as an agent of Russia.
And she's given her first U.S. media interview since she was sentenced to Mary Louise Kelly of NPR's All Things Considered, who's here. Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you talk to somebody in jail?
You ask her to call you.
Okay, and that's what you did?
It's exactly what I did. I had been out to meet her at prison in Alexandria weeks ago and talked to her at some length, but you're not allowed to bring recorders in there or your phone or even a spiral notebook. So after she was sentenced, I wondered whether she might be more free to speak. And we went back and forth with her lawyer and asked her to call. And at a appointed hour yesterday, the phone in the studio rang up with a collect call, and we answered, and we talked.
Well, let's remember, this is an individual who was very colorful, who was active on the social scene in the United States.
The long red hair, we've all seen the pictures.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what did she say about what her role was? What was she doing here?
My central question was, who are you? What is your story? Why did you come to America? So we talked about her interest in gun rights, her Republican Party connections, how she built those into an unofficial influence campaign here in the U.S., which she says was not in any way part of any broader Kremlin effort to subvert U.S. democracy or swing the 2016 election. She says she was here to promote peace. And I said, but come on, you were here in 2016 and 2017 and 2018 when the Russia story was front page every day. What were you thinking about how you fit into that? And here's part of what she told me.
I love both countries. This is the worst pain of my situation now was that I am embarrassed that instead of creating peace by not registering, I created discord. That is what I'm going to carry for the whole of my life.
The not registering, she's talking about the requirement if you are a foreigner here and working for a foreign government to register as a foreign agent, and which she did not do.
But I believe she admitted to passing information on to well-connected, Kremlin-connected Russians. So does she admit she was a spy?
She does not. I asked her that point blank. She said, no, I am not a Russian spy. We did have a long back and forth about any relationship which she had with the Russian intelligence services. She says she never worked for them. She does acknowledge her relationship with a Russian official named Alexander Torshin, the guy who was identified as her handler. He, very close to the Kremlin, former Russian senator and central banker, who's sanctioned by the U.S., by the way. And I asked, did you know he was passing on the information you were feeding him, that he was feeding it to Russia's foreign ministry? Here is part of her answer.
We know he did some reporting or some notes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We don't know if they ever went to any intelligence services. And it feels for me that this is like all a potentially, possibly speculation, which has no evidence. So I do question the U.S. justice system, and I think you guys should too.
Although she did plead guilty to a crime, is it clear what, if anything, Russia might have learned through Maria Butina?
No, we know that she reported back on her contacts, that she reported back on the relationships that she was building. We know that she is questioning her sentence. She thinks 18 months is a ridiculous sentence to have been given for what she says she did. We know she's joined in questioning that by Vladimir Putin, who's called her sentence an outrage. But she, despite all this, she says, I love America. You guys, you Americans in general, you're wonderful.
Mary Louise, thanks so much. We'll listen for more of that interview on NPR programs.
Thanks, Steve.
That's NPR's Mary Louise Kelly. Okay, Pope Francis issued new rules obliging priests and nuns around the world to report incidents of sexual abuse or cover-ups to church authorities.
Yeah, before this order, clergy members in some countries didn't have to report sexual abuse to anyone at all. The new orders changed that, but they don't require the incidents to be reported to prosecutors, except in places where local laws already mandate. Maury Collins was abused by a priest when she was a child, and she says the new guidelines are a step in the right direction, but she thinks there's still a long way to go.
In this day and age, that they need to put all this down now and say you have to report is mind-boggling.
NPR's Tom Gelton covers religion for NPR News, and he's here. Good morning, Tom.
Hi, Steve.
I'm just thinking this through. In the United States, if I'm not mistaken, teachers, principals in schools and so forth, they have to report things to the authorities. It sounds like there may still be cases even now where church priests and nuns may not have to report to civil authorities. Is this enough of a change?
Well, Steve, it is a big change in this sense that what you're talking about is what happens in this country. And the big loophole, the big problem with this is that in the developing world, in many countries around the world, they don't have these procedures, these mandatory reporting laws that we have in the United States. The Catholic Church in the United States has already done a lot, but in many places around the world, nothing has happened. And that's what's important here, is that the Pope has mandated that Catholics everywhere across the world have to have a system in place to report allegations of sex abuse. That's new.
Meaning, regardless of the country, there must be someone designated, some bishop, some whatever, someone you would go to and say, there's a problem, I know evidence of a problem.
Very detailed procedures in this new law of exactly how it should happen, to whom it should be reported, how it should be reported, etc.
Although I'm sure that there are people listening now who are familiar with stories that have come out over the past couple of decades where church officials did know of abuse and did nothing. Are there any consequences if people do not act as they're required under this law?
This law sets out procedures. It does not set out punishments, and that is a problem, I think, from the point of view of church critics. The church has not, like the Vatican, the Pope has not laid out what enforcement provisions are going to be in here. I mean, he says what you have to do, but he does not say what happens if you don't do what you're supposed to do, and that is a problem. Presumably, the Vatican will come out with more information, more procedures as far as enforcement is concerned. We haven't seen that yet.
Well, we heard the one criticism of Pope Francis, but let me understand the depth of that criticism. When you hear from advocates on this issue, are they saying, I disagree with some details, but like what Pope Francis is doing? Or are they saying, I'm beginning to doubt Pope Francis's sincerity on this issue?
This is a big enough move that critics of the church, advocates for survivors, are saying it's significant, it's not trivial. They're not satisfied with it. You mentioned at the beginning that Noel mentioned that there's no mandatory reporting to civil authorities except where that's applied under the law. But, in general, I think that survivors and their supporters say this is an important step.
Tom, thanks for your insights. Always appreciate it. That's NPR's Tom Gelton.
So what is China's next move here? It has been days now since the U.S. raised tariffs on $200 billion worth of Chinese imports.
And to the surprise of many, China's government has not yet hit back. Here's the president's top economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, on Fox News Sunday.
It's interesting. The expected countermeasures have not yet materialized. We may know more today or even this evening or tomorrow.
At least up to this moment as we speak, Beijing has limited itself to verbal responses, denying U.S. claims that China walked back details of a trade deal.
All right, one person who's following this, NPR's Rob Schmitz, who is in Shanghai. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, David.
So what happened to tit for tat? Is this a totally different tune now from China?
Yeah, what's surprising here is that Beijing's inaction represents a break from how they've traditionally responded.
Yeah.
When President Trump announced this first round of tariffs last summer, China responded immediately, imposing tariffs on the same amount of U.S. products. After Trump's second round of tariffs later in the summer, Beijing responded the same way. But the third round of tariffs in September were the big ones. Those were the $200 billion worth of Chinese imports.
And those are the ones that on consumer goods that Trump just raised by even more, 15% on Friday, right?
Yeah, that's right. And when the U.S. imposed tariffs in September, China ran out of U.S. goods to impose tariffs on. It could no longer fight in this tit-for-tat
Nothing
way.
left, yeah.
Right. So Beijing imposed tariffs on all remaining U.S. imports, and those equaled around $60 billion. So now that President Trump has raised this third round of tariffs, the prevailing wisdom was that Beijing would raise its tariffs by the same amount, but that has not happened yet.
And why might that be? I mean, could this be strategic on China's part?
Well, one reason might be that because Beijing has run out of U.S. products to impose tariffs on, and its own economy isn't doing that well, so they may have to get creative here in how they'll retaliate, and that might take some time to formulate. Another reason might be that there's a debate among the leadership in Beijing about how to respond. What's clear is that something is amiss here, but we don't really know what it is because China's government is so opaque.
But we do know we're at a point in a trade war where countries are running out of things to tariff, which is amazing. So, I mean, I know we don't know everything because, as you say, it's hard to figure out what China might be thinking. But where do these talks go from here? I mean, is this a total standstill?
Well, China's lead negotiator Liu He told China's media Friday that the U.S. and China will hold the next round of talks in Beijing, but he did not specify when. President Trump's statements since Friday about the matter have sort of run the spectrum from praise for Xi Jinping to then taking to Twitter to make even more threats, saying he's asked his staff to begin the paperwork on yet another round of tariffs on the remaining $300 billion worth of everything else China sells to the U.S. He's also praised his own tariff increase, saying it's more money in the U.S. government coffers, despite the fact that at some point very soon, American consumers will be stuck with the bill for much of this through higher prices on nearly everything they buy.
And that's what everyone is watching. I mean, at a point when consumers feel enough pain that the pressure builds on President Trump to make decisions based on that. All right, we'll see where this goes. NPR's Rob Schmitz joining us from Shanghai on the latest on that trade war. Rob, thanks.
Thanks, David.
So as congressional Democrats launch more investigations into President Trump, the White House seems to be focusing on a single strategy, which is do not cooperate.
The president and his administration have refused requests for his tax returns and other records, rebuffed congressional subpoenas, and blocked aides from testifying before House committees. Some of these battles appear to be heading for court, and they raise questions about Congress's ability to oversee the executive branch.
And NPR's Tamara Keith, who is NPR's White House correspondent, also hosts the NPR Politics podcast, is with us. Hi, Tam.
Hi.
So how's the strategy going for the president not to cooperate at all?
So far, so good, I guess. The White House is holding pretty firm on this idea that many of these congressional investigations lack legitimate legislative purpose. The White House is saying that congressional Democrats are asking for documents and other items that they don't have a legal right to see. And the website for President Trump's campaign has all kinds of items like the collusion delusion T-shirt and witch hunt beer koozies. And talking to folks at the campaign, they are perfectly happy with the way this is going. And they say that this fight is energizing his supporters.
Well, Tam, I mean, you mentioned the witch hunt beer koozies. I mean, even as the president was calling the Mueller investigation a witch hunt, I mean, White House staff were cooperating, speaking to investigators, turning over records, right? I mean, this is really a change.
Yeah, so there was this interesting legal theory that the White House is now really testing, which was that Mueller was part of the executive branch because he was part of the Justice Department. So the theory was that they could have anybody in the executive branch talk to Mueller and still would not have waived executive privilege. Now that these are congressional investigations, the theory goes that's a different branch of government and they don't have to cooperate, that by cooperating with Mueller, they did not guarantee that they would have to cooperate with Congress.
Democrats are describing this as a critical moment, a crisis. I mean, you have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying this is a constitutional crisis, these blanket refusals from the White House. And if you don't mind, I just want to listen to a little bit of the House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff on ABC's This Week.
I don't think this country could survive another 4 years of a president like this who gets up every day trying to find new and inventive ways to divide us.
I mean, can you put this moment in some historic context for us?
A constitutional crisis requires not just a disagreement between two branches of government, but something more than that. It would require the legislative, it would require the judicial branch to require someone to cooperate. So let's say the judicial branch mediates one of these disagreements between the White House and Congress, and then the White House still refuses to cooperate. That would then get to a crisis. At this point, many people that we talk to say that this is a conflict. It's absolutely a conflict between the Article 1 branch and the Article 2 branch of the Constitution, but we aren't there yet, they say, on an actual crisis.
All right. NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith also hosts the NPR Politics podcast. Thank you, Tam.
You're welcome.
So in the Democratic Republic of Congo, health workers who are fighting Ebola are now facing a lot of threats.
Threats like leaflets calling health workers the enemy, or text messaging saying stop or we'll kill you. And for some, these threats have turned violent or even deadly.
NPR's Nurit Eisenman has been reporting on this growing hostility against health workers, and she joins us. And Nurit, what is happening? Why, if you're fighting an outbreak of a disease, would you be threatened by people?
Well, the problem is that this virus is circulating in an area of long-standing conflict between dozens of armed rebel groups and the government. And also people have felt very neglected by the government there for years. It didn't help that the government used Ebola as a justification to suspend voting in recent presidential elections. And so there have been these rumors swirling that either Ebola isn't real or it's been introduced to kill people on purpose. And the rumors are even sweeping up doctors at regular clinics, you know, the ones who are often the first to spot a patient with possible Ebola symptoms.
Sure.
And I spoke with a primary care doctor who works in a village clinic. Her name is Joyeuse Kivwira. And she was describing how on a recent afternoon, she was at her house preparing lunch when she looked out her window and she saw this angry mob gathering. Let's have a listen.
People say that we, the local health workers, are getting money to refer patients to the Ebola treatment centers where they're sent to die. The crowd was shouting that they should chase us out, even kill us.
You know, and luckily for her, some older men in the village rushed forward, and after about an hour, they were able to talk people down. And then Dr. Kivwira said as soon as that crowd dispersed, she just fled the village on foot.
So this is, I mean, it sounds like this is not just about targeting health workers. These are just bringing up a lot of resentments and a lot of the distrust in government that has always been in a country like Congo. But I mean, that makes me wonder how far this could go. Are these incidents really common? Is it dangerous now to be a health worker in this country fighting this disease?
Absolutely. I've spoken with the head of one of the local doctors association, and he says that a lot of health workers report that they're getting increasingly threatened through text messages or even at home. You know, there have been incidents where attackers broke into the house of a government nurse while he was sleeping, and they made his wife watch as they took him outside and shot him dead with a bow and arrow. And then we've seen direct attacks on the Ebola responder teams, you know, treatment centers burnt to the ground, gunmen storming a meeting and shooting dead an epidemiologist with the World Health Organization. And each time there's an attack, the work that's needed to stop Ebola grinds to a halt. You know, things like identifying new cases and vaccinating their contacts. I mean, just last week alone, they had to stop operations for 5 consecutive days in the hot zone because of various violent incidents.
Well, and that's just a reminder. This is not just people who are risking their lives. It's other lives are at risk because they're not able to do their job to stop the spread of this thing.
Yeah, that's right. And basically this has led to a surge in infections of Ebola, just more than 1,600 cases now in this 10-month-long outbreak. And now we're seeing more and more just numerous aid groups calling for a total rethink of the strategy. The most prominent group calling for this is Doctors Without Borders, which evacuated after their treatment centers were attacked. And their argument right now is that the emphasis is so focused on biosecurity. You know, as soon as someone shows signs of Ebola, they're singled out, they're whisked off by people in hazmat suits to these special centers with the orange plastic fencing that we've all seen. But for people who are already distrustful, that just breeds suspicion. And so the argument that's being made now is, let's integrate Ebola back into the regular health system. Let's let people get an Ebola test at the doctor's office. If they're sick, let's let family members put on protective gear and go into the treatment center and sit by the bedside of a sick kid or parent. And if a patient doesn't want to go to a treatment center, maybe even help their families take care of them at home. And interestingly, the World Health Organization and even the government is starting to be more and more open to this idea.
Right. Difficult situation dealing with disease in a place with so much violence. NPR's Nurita Eisenman, thanks so much. We appreciate your reporting.
Glad to do it.
If you're looking to buy a live walrus from China, you might want to buy now.
Yes, indeed. That is because the latest list of U.S. tariffs is so extensive that even that walrus would be covered. The U.S. Trade Representative listed Chinese items that could be subject to an import tax of up to 25%. Of course, this is all in the wake of the trade war between U.S. and China. It takes a whole lot of items to add up to $300 billion, though, including food, clothing, industrial equipment, and an assortment of sea creatures.
All of which are being covered by NPR Chief Economics Correspondent Scott Horsley. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Okay, so that is what the United States is doing, detailing this tariff announcement that was made the other day. How's China responding to that?
As expected, China announced plans to retaliate with tariffs of its own on some $60 billion in U.S. exports. China can't match Trump's tariffs dollar for dollar simply because they buy less from us than we buy from them, but China has other ways to make life miserable for American companies trying to do business over there. The last 24 hours, Steve, have really confirmed what White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow said over the weekend, which is that both sides will pay for this trade war. Here in the U.S., investors are starting to figure out this might be more than just a bargaining tactic. The stock market fell sharply yesterday. The Dow was down more than 600 points, or 2.4%, and the S&P was off by a similar amount. Overnight stocks in Asia also continued their slide.
But I'm trying to think here, Scott, just before China made its announcement that it was retaliating, the President of the United States, if I'm not mistaken about the timeline, was on Twitter saying to China, don't retaliate against us, it'll only get worse. Does that mean the United States could, pull out even more tariffs?
They're basically slapping tariffs now on virtually everything we buy from China, although it's possible that Trump will back down. He does sometimes react to a market downturn, for example, and the president told reporters yesterday he hasn't made a final decision on whether to impose tariffs on that last $300 billion worth of Chinese imports. As y'all mentioned, his trade representative did begin the process of adding those tariffs. They published a list of tariff targets yesterday. It fills about 140 pages and covers some 3,800 customs categories. Some, as y'all mentioned, are kind of arcane. Others are pretty common. Athletic shoes, laptop computers, ginseng, green tea, just about everything that comes on a boat across the Pacific. There will, however, be a couple of important exceptions: pharmaceuticals and rare earth that's used in manufacturing electronics.
Ginseng. Okay, one of the earliest things that the United States sold to China. Now, the president seems to acknowledge that Americans are going to be feeling pain. He expected more pain for U.S. farmers and spoke about it this way.
Out of the billions of dollars that we're taking in, a small portion of that will be going to our farmers, because China will be retaliating, probably to a certain extent, against our farmers.
When he says billions of dollars taking in, of course, he's talking about the tariffs, the taxes, which are primarily paid by Americans. Who else is caught in the middle here, Scott?
Well, just about everybody who buys stuff from China or tries to sell stuff to China. So that's just about all Americans. You're right. Last year's aid package didn't begin to offset the lost sales for farmers to China. And the president's essentially talking here about taxing American consumers to bail out folks who are barred from selling to China because of his tariffs.
Scott, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
That's NPR's Scott Horsley. All right, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is in the Russian city of Sochi today to meet President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov.
Yeah, it is Pompeo's first visit to Russia as America's top diplomat. Pompeo and Lavrov have a lot to do. They're expected to wade through a long list of disagreements which divide Russia and the United States. This includes Iran, Syria, Venezuela, arms control, and Russian election interference. This is just a few of those disagreements. So, can these two countries actually work together on any of this with the Mueller report looming large?
Journalist Charles Maynes joins us via Skype from Moscow. Welcome to the program.
Good to be with you.
Isn't this meeting more than a little awkward, coming not long after the Mueller report detailed yet again how Russia worked to elect President Trump?
Well, that's right. And it's Mike Pompeo's first visit to Russia. And of course, this does come after the Mueller report. If you look at the agenda that they've got ahead for them, Pompeo's suggesting that there are some ways that these two sides can bridge differences. For example, areas of cooperation might include anti-terrorism efforts or perhaps the crisis on the Korean Peninsula. But of course, it's problems that dominate the agenda here. It's the arms control treaty you mentioned. This is the U.S. abandoning the landmark Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. There's the issue of Venezuela, where Moscow backs Nicolas Maduro, the current leader, and the U.S. backs the opposition leader, Juan Guaido. Pompeo has said that Russia should, quote, get out of Latin America. The Russians have a very similar view of the U.S. Ukraine, where Moscow says it's the U.S. meddling in its backyard, and where the U.S. accuses Moscow of fomenting a rebellion in the East. And of course, there's the election interference issue that you mentioned, and Pompeo says he'll raise that. So, of course, there's so many issues here for them to tackle, and last but certainly not least, there's Iran.
You said Pompeo says he will raise that, but it is a fair question to ask what Pompeo can say when his boss, President Trump, has already been to visit Vladimir Putin and said very publicly in a press conference, well, Vladimir Putin denies it very strongly.
Well, that's right. And so you have these mixed messages constantly coming out of the White House, from the State Department. Pompeo's been known more as a hawk, someone who's a little bit more aggressive towards Russia in his statements compared to the president. And of course, it's interesting that Donald Trump, just ahead of Pompeo's arrival, announced that he's planning to meet with Vladimir Putin at the G20 summit in June in Japan. That's something that the Russians have not confirmed yet. However, they say that the request hasn't formally been submitted, but President Trump says it's going to happen.
Now, Pompeo's singular focus, not singular focus, he focuses on a lot of things, but he's focused a lot on Iran and on the United States' effort to impose maximum pressure on Iran to get it to give up its nuclear program, or what remains of its nuclear program, after a nuclear deal from which the United States withdrew. Has Russia shown any inclination to help increase the pressure on Iran?
Well, not so much to increase the pressure on Iran. I think it does see Iran as a partner, first of all, in its campaign in Syria. Moscow has the lines of communication open to Tehran. Just a case in point, Lavrov, the foreign minister, was meeting with the foreign minister of Iran, this is Mr. Zarif, last week. And I think Russia enjoys its status as a new diplomatic power broker in the Middle East. So there's no little reason for them to want to stoke a conflict between the U.S. and its ally in Syria. But don't forget that Europe's position is much closer to Russia's when it comes to Iran, and it also blames the U.S. for ending the nuclear agreement. So I think it's fair to say you might see Moscow try to exploit those tensions, not least because Russia, of course, is also under U.S. sanctions and likes the idea of finding a workaround.
Mr. Maynes, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Charles Maynes connected with us via Skype from Moscow. One night in 1965, 3 men had just finished dinner and were standing outside a restaurant in the segregated city of Selma, Alabama.
There would have been no way for them to know that what will happen next will change everything, that it will lead to the murder of one of these 3 men and radically alter the lives of the other 2.
The man who was killed that night was Reverend James Reeb, a Unitarian minister and civil rights activist. People across the country were outraged after his murder. The case remained unsolved for 50 years until 2 journalists from Alabama, Andrew Beck Grace and Chip Brantley, set out to reinvestigate the case for a new NPR podcast. It is called White Lies.
We just heard Chip Brantley from a bit of that podcast, and the other, Andrew Beck Grace, is in our studios. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming by early. Really appreciate it. Will you tell us something about who James Reeb was?
Well, James Reeb was a Unitarian minister who was living in Boston in 1965, and he, along with millions of other Americans, saw the violence that had happened in in Selma during Bloody Sunday, this confrontation between state troopers and sheriff's possemen and peaceful protesters, and was outraged. Dr. King called for men of clergy, clergymen from all over the country and women too, to come to Selma to assist with another voting rights march. So James Reeb came from Boston along with a lot of other folks and was in the city for less than 24 hours, went to a restaurant, an integrated restaurant with two of his colleagues, and was attacked as they left by a group of men on the street. And then basically he died 2 days later at a hospital in Birmingham.
Men were put on trial for the killing. They were acquitted. I am sorry to say that this was a common story in the South in the 1960s. There were many cases like this. What made you focus on this particular one?
Well, there were some really interesting things about this case. The first is that when Reeb was killed, the eyes of the nation were already sort of on Selma. And so his death and the attack that led to his death became something of a flashpoint for the movement. And his death was protested around the nation. LBJ mentioned his name in the speech announcing the Voting Rights Act. So there was this awareness, this heightened awareness of the murder of this white man that far outweighed the awareness of the murder of so many African Americans who'd been killed during the Civil Rights Movement as well.
And did you find an opportunity, a special opportunity to look at the facts of this case anew?
Yes. One of the reasons we took this story on is because we had some extra sort of special, research tools, which was an unredacted FBI file and also just reams of evidence from the National Archives. So we went down to Selma with that FBI file and with the evidence that we found. And really what we discovered that made the story so unique is that the men who were acquitted of this murder in December of 1965, they had been acquitted by this, what we came to call the counter-narrative, this alternate theory of what really happened to James Reeb, that he wasn't attacked on the street that night and died by the hands of these attackers, but instead the movement was in need of a white martyr. And so they conspired to take this opportunity and have him die because they needed his death.
You're saying there was what we now call a false flag conspiracy theory that was used to effectively get the men acquitted.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you were able to look more closely at that because of this unredacted FBI file? Is that normal to get an unredacted FBI file?
No, it's a very special tool to have.
But you found it through ways that I guess maybe you won't be able to discuss here precisely.
Not just yet.
Okay, that's fine. So in the days and weeks to come, we're going to learn a lot more about this murder than we know now. Is that
yes,
correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Grace, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Andrew Beck Grace is co-host of NPR's new podcast, White Lies. The first episode is available now, and there will be new episodes every Tuesday.
The U.S. military is saying that American forces in Iraq could face, quote, credible and possibly imminent threats, unquote, from Iranian-backed militias.
The New York Times reported yesterday that there could be plans to send as many as 120,000 U.S. troops to the Middle East if Iran attacks U.S. forces or American allies or accelerates its work on nuclear weapons. Here's what President Trump said when asked if that option was on the table.
Would I do that? Absolutely. But we have not planned for that. Hopefully, we're not going to have to plan for that. And if we did that, we'd send a hell of a lot more troops than that.
For its part, Iran says it doesn't want a war, but it won't renegotiate a nuclear deal it already negotiated. The Iranian government announced last week it might even restart some elements of its nuclear program.
NPR's national security correspondent Greg Myrie is with us in studio. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Noelle. So
we are talking about the span of a week here in which things between the U.S. and Iran seem to have really deteriorated. What happened?
Well, the couple of incidents we've had where there have been several oil tankers, a couple belonging to the Saudis, that were damaged, relatively minor damage. There was a couple attacks on Saudi oil infrastructure. Again, small-scale attacks. But this is certainly adding to this heightened sense of tension. The Pentagon is very wound up about this without explicitly saying where the threat might be coming from Iran, but what kind of potential attack might we be looking at. We really saw this yesterday. There was the British general who's the number 2 in the coalition in Iraq said he wasn't really seeing. He was asked several times and said, we're not really seeing any increased threat from Iran or its forces. And he was immediately, or not within a couple hours, rebuked by U.S. Central Command which put out a statement saying, this is there is things serious. And Secretary of State Mike Pompeo also made some remarks yesterday pointing to that. Let's listen.
The United States will continue to apply pressure to the regime in Tehran until its leadership is prepared to return to the ranks of responsible nations that do not threaten their neighbors or spread instability or terror.
And Greg, then the State Department announced that it would pull out non-emergency personnel from Baghdad. Is there a connection there?
Don't know at this point. Really hard to say. Certainly there's a lot of tension in the region. Iran has militias there, but we don't know exactly what the relationship is there.
What are the Iranians saying about all of this?
Well, I was in New York 2 weeks ago where the Iranian foreign minister, Mohammad Javad Zarif, was, and he spoke with a small group of journalists, including myself. Now, he acknowledged these new U.S. sanctions are going to have an impact. The U.S. really cut into Iran's oil exports last year when it ramped up sanctions. Another round has come in just this month, and that's really hammering Iran. So they're really worried about the economic impact here.
What are you going to be watching for next?
A couple things. What is the exact nature of this threat? We still don't know. Iran has militias in the region, but we don't know what the nature of the threat is. And the U.S. and Iranian forces are in close proximity in the region. A small incident can be miscalculated or misinterpreted.
NPR's national security correspondent, Greg Myrie. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Noelle.
All right, the state of Alabama is poised to put into place one of the most restrictive anti-abortion laws in the entire country.
Alabama State Senate overwhelmingly passed the bill last night. It bans nearly all abortions at every stage of pregnancy. To say this bill is controversial is an understatement, really. The only exception to the ban is if a mother's life or the life of the unborn baby is at serious risk.
NPR national correspondent Debbie Elliott has been following all this from Alabama. Debbie, good morning.
Good morning.
So one of the most restrictive laws in the country, what exactly does this, or bills, I should say, in the country, what exactly does this legislation say?
Well, it criminalizes abortion. It makes it a felony for doctors to perform one, and they could face up to 99 years in prison if they're convicted. Women, however, would not be held criminally liable for having an abortion. This whole idea that there was no exception for rape and incest was really a sticking point in last night's debate in the Alabama Senate. And some Republicans even broke away with the party line vote to protect victims of rape and incest. Here's Senator Cam Ward.
Well, I've heard testimony from both a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old who were both raped incestually by a relative. And I have a father of daughters, and it just gives me pause. It gives me a lot of pause hearing those stories, hearing what they went through, not to have those exceptions on there. And I know there's a legal argument otherwise, but I just personally believe that there should be those exceptions.
Now, that legal argument otherwise that he's talking about, sponsors of this bill say they wanted it clean. They want to try to establish legal human rights for a fetus in a direct challenge to Roe versus Wade, which, of course, is the Supreme Court's landmark ruling that established a woman's right to abortion.
Okay, so their agenda is pretty clear. Now, this bill overwhelmingly passed through the state legislature. Now it's up to Governor Kay Ivey to sign it. Is there any chance that she will not?
You know, she says she's going to review it before she says anything about it, but she's likely to sign it. She's a conservative politician. She has a record against abortion, and sponsors of the bill say they really expect her support.
Debbie, other states have recently passed restrictive abortion laws, not as restrictive as Alabama's, but Georgia, Mississippi, Ohio. Is this part of a coordinated effort of some sort?
Yeah, you're seeing a wave of these laws, particularly in the South and the Midwest. For example, laws that would ban abortion once a fetal heartbeat could be detected. Courts have already found some of those to be unconstitutional. And now Alabama's legislation is even more restrictive, as you say, at any stage of a pregnancy, and it will be challenged. The ACLU of Alabama has put the state on notice it will sue. But Republican State Senator Clyde Chambliss, who sponsored the bill, says that's the whole point.
What this bill is designed to do is to go to the Supreme Court and challenge that particular precedence that said in 1973 that abortion is illegal on demand, essentially anytime, anywhere, for any reason.
So anti-abortion groups are saying they believe the makeup of the Supreme Court, with two of President Trump's appointees now, makes this the right time to take on Roe. Abortion providers, meantime, say this is just playing politics with women's lives. Stacey Fox of Planned Parenthood Southeast says Alabama politicians will, quote, live in infamy for this vote. And they say they plan to make sure that every woman knows who to hold accountable should this become law.
All right, so it sounds like it is shaping up at some point for a legal fight.
That's what they're hoping.
NPR's national correspondent, Debbie Elliott. Debbie, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Facebook has just announced a new restriction for its live streaming features.
Yeah, they announced this change yesterday, and essentially it says that users of Facebook would be banned from posting on Facebook Live just for a period of time if they had violated the company's user rules in some way. And this is coming, of course, after the horrendous attack in New Zealand, the attack on the mosques in Christchurch a couple of months ago. The gunmen had live streamed that massacre. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern at the time issued a call to address the issue.
The security risks that we've experienced means that it is time for companies and governments to come together to address the issues we experienced on the 15th of March.
Jacinda Ardern is in Paris today, where she is expected to push governments and also these tech companies to commit to combating the spread of extremism on social media.
Heather Kelly is CNN's San Francisco technology editor. She's been following this story carefully. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So this is one change that Facebook is making, but it seems as though it may be significant. Walk us through what exactly is changing about their policy.
Sure thing. So it's actually a very narrow and specific new rule that they're kind of enacting here. It is going to only apply to Facebook Live, and they're also being a little vague about it. But anybody who violates certain policies will get kind of a one-strike rule. And immediately they will be banned from Facebook Live for a set period of time. It sounds like they're going to start with 30 days. A second strike could be longer. And eventually they could be kicked off of Facebook Live or even Facebook itself. And what's interesting is Facebook isn't actually saying which rules will kind of fall into this. It does say that anybody violating its dangerous organizations and individuals policy could be banned from Facebook Live. And that's essentially anybody that is basically supporting a terrorist organization or posting a link to a terrorist organization, perhaps without enough context to make it really clear where they stand.
Facebook, as Rachel pointed out, says they're doing this because of this massacre in Christchurch, New Zealand. The man who committed those attacks live streamed them on Facebook. Would these changes have stopped him or someone like him from being able to post? Do we know that?
Facebook told me yesterday that this would have actually applied to the shooter. If these rules had been enacted before, he had apparently violated some Facebook rules, we don't know which, previously, and he would have had a ban on his Facebook Live streaming. What's interesting, though, is, hypothetically, if that did happen, he would have known that he was banned. He could have started a new account. He could have found a way around it. We don't really know how it would play out in that hypothetical.
Facebook is often slammed for not taking responsibility when things like this happen on its platforms. Does this policy seem to point to a shift in taking responsibility?
Again, it's such a narrow policy. It's really hard to read too much into it. It does address one kind of way that somebody might broadcast hate speech on the platform. But there are tons of other ways that people are kind of using Facebook to spread hate speech, conspiracy theories, all sorts of what it kind of calls hateful speech. And it's not really going to address all of those or fix all those. It's just fixing this one situation that happened exactly 2 months ago.
CNN San Francisco technology editor Heather Kelly joining us via Skype. Heather, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
President Trump is expected to unveil a new plan today that would dramatically reshape the legal immigration system.
That's right. Yesterday, the president called on Congress to pass legislation that would end sanctuary cities and the practice that's known as catch and release.
Tremendous problems are caused at the southern border, from drugs to the wrong people being allowed to come in because of a corrupt and broken system that can be changed in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. if they want to change it.
And the administration's new plan will try to change that. White House officials said the plan favors what they called merit-based immigration. It prioritizes high-skilled workers over people with family already in the United States.
And let's talk more about this with NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith, who also hosts the NPR Politics podcast. Good morning, Tam.
Good morning.
All right, so we're going to hear a lot more about this in the Rose Garden today, it sounds like, the president giving a speech. What are we expecting exactly?
So an administration official describes this as a good faith effort intended to unify Republicans and start a discussion.
Okay.
This official says that it is a Trump plan that they are hoping will become a Republican plan. What they don't talk a lot about is Democrats. And what this plan doesn't address at all that will be a problem for Democrats is it doesn't deal with the 11 million people in the country illegally now. And it doesn't deal with dreamers. Those are the young people who came to the U.S. as children and who are here now, and whose fate has been thrown into limbo when President Trump eliminated the Obama-era program for these young people known as dreamers. It also doesn't deal with guest workers. What it does do is keep immigration levels static, but changes the priorities, prioritizes merit-based immigration, people with college degrees, language skills, and reduces the number of green cards who would be given to people seeking asylum or people who have family ties.
But so interesting. The president hasn't even spoken about this yet in a speech, and you already have an administration official basically acknowledging that this thing in its current form isn't going anywhere.
Well, this administration official doesn't see it that way, but that's right. The plan that they've rolled out is not yet complete. It doesn't deal with some really significant things, and is seen as sort of a starting point. Over on Capitol Hill, it's getting mixed responses at best. And I was talking to someone who's sort of more of an immigration hardliner. His name's Mark Krikorian at the Center for Immigration Studies, a restrictionist, and he says he can't believe that this is the starting point for the administration. He's like, in the art of the deal, it says go with an aggressive position. Why wouldn't they have cuts to legal immigration is what he's saying. So you have criticism coming from the right and the left, and the plan doesn't quite exist yet in a visual form.
But return to what the administration is thinking. I mean, you can push back on me when I said that this official was saying this was just the beginning of a discussion. Or they see this as a very serious thing. What exactly are they trying to accomplish?
At the very minimum, this official said that they want to show the country that Republicans are not against immigrants. So in some ways, this could be a political document in what is the beginning of a very vigorous political cycle, 2020.
A political cycle when immigration could be very much part of the conversation.
Absolutely.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith. Thanks, Tam.
You're welcome.
All right, so Iran's foreign minister says U.S. sanctions on his country are, quote, unacceptable and uncalled for.
Yeah, things between the U.S. and Iran are tense, to say the least. The Trump administration said this week that there are credible threats against U.S. personnel in the Middle East, but he didn't say what the threats are. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wants top national security officials to tell Congress what the government's strategy is on Iran.
If the president and Republicans in Congress are planning to take the United States to a conflict, even a war in the Middle East, the American people deserve to know that, and they deserve to know why.
All right, let's bring in NPR's Peter Kenyon, who's been following all of this from his post in Istanbul. Hi, Peter.
Hi, David.
All right, so what do we know about the administration's claim here of some kind of new threat suggesting Iran could attack U.S. forces in the region?
Mainly, we have a series of questions about it. Members of Congress want to know. America's allies abroad say they need more information. There's a report in the New York Times that says the threat involves missiles that were photographed being loaded onto Iranian boats in the Persian Gulf. A story says it raises fears of a possible naval attack. Others said it might have been defensive. Either way, if this is confirmed, it still leaves questions why a possible threat at sea would trigger the evacuation of land-based American personnel in Iraq. There are, of course, Iranian-backed militias there, but they've been there for years. This evacuation does seem, however, to raise the stakes. It causes worries that Washington thinks these tensions with Iran could continue to escalate.
Well, and do others in the region fear that things could escalate, which seems like it's already happening?
Yes, in the region and also further afield in Europe. The EU Foreign Policy Chief, Federica Mogherini, says we're at a crucial and delicate moment. She's calling for maximum restraint. The EU says any military escalation in particular has to be avoided. We've got Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill demanding urgent briefings. They want to know more. And meanwhile, the oil prices just keep going up 3 days in a row now.
Has Iran actually said anything in response to the U.S. message about these threats?
Yes, Iran's foreign minister, Mohammad Javad Zarif, was on a visit to Tokyo, and besides calling the U.S. sanctions unacceptable and uncalled for, he said Tehran has been exercising maximum restraint so far, despite the U.S. pressure campaign. Zarif also said Tehran is still committed to the 2015 nuclear agreement, even though Iran has just recently said it plans to stop abiding by some of its commitments under the deal if its economy doesn't get better in the coming weeks. President Hassan Rouhani weighed in. He called the sanctions on Iran a crime against humanity, and he said it was a war against not the government, but the Iranian people.
And Peter, part of the murkiness here was those commercial ships being damaged, including some Saudi oil tankers, which some have suggested Iran might have been involved in. Have we learned anything more about that incident?
Well, 3 countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Norway, have informed the United Nations about damage to commercial ships in the area. Damage to hulls, no injuries so far. The UN Secretary General has condemned the attacks, and he's called for restraint. But really, that's the one thing we are not seeing so far, maximum restraint.
Indeed. All right, NPR's Peter Kenyon in Istanbul. Thanks, Peter.
David?
Okay, here's something we're exploring. It looks like the Department of Education is getting in the way of policing the student loan industry.
That's right. The director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau spelled out this accusation in a letter. And this is all happening as student loan companies are getting hit by a wave of lawsuits that allege wrongdoing.
NPR's Chris Arnold obtained this letter and joins us now to tell us more about it. Hi there, Chris.
Hey, David.
Okay, so this is a letter from the head of the CFPB. Remind us about that agency, where this letter came from, and what exactly it says.
Well, okay, so what's going on here is that Elizabeth Warren and other Democratic senators wanted to know whether the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that's the CFPB, it's supposed to be this big, powerful watchdog, and they wanted to know, has it been asleep at the switch, basically, with regard to student loans since the Trump administration installed a new director? And the head of the CFPB, Kath Kraninger, wrote back and answered their questions in this letter, and the answer was actually pretty striking.
It sounds like it. So what exactly is she saying here?
Well, the letter's carefully worded, but reading it carefully, Kraninger's basically saying that, look, the CFPB is trying to do its job. It's trying to monitor companies that manage student loans for millions of people, but these loan servicing companies are not handing over information that the Bureau needs to do supervision. And the reason that they give is, hey, you know, the Education Department told us not to give you any of these documents, not to give them to the CFPB. So in other words, the Education Department's getting in the way. And we have some tape here. This is Seth Frotman, who heads up the nonprofit Student Borrower Protection Center.
It's actually quite remarkable that the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is telling the world that the Secretary of Education has put in place a series of policies that are obstructing federal law enforcement officials from standing up for the millions of Americans with student debt.
I mean, Chris, this is quite an accusation. Can you remind us what's at stake here? Like, why do millions of Americans with student debt need to be protected?
Well, there have been a lot of problems. We've reported on some of them. But if you just look at one program, it's called Public Service Loan Forgiveness. Very well-intentioned, great program. It's supposed to encourage public service. So police officers, government workers, people who work for nonprofits, if you make payments for 10 years, you're supposed to be able to get the remainder of your student debt forgiven. We talked to Jessica St. Paul. She had about $80,000 in student loans. She worked at this nonprofit for foster children. And for 9 years, she makes her payments. And then she's at this conference and there's an information session on loan forgiveness. And she goes and she finds out, oh no, she's in the wrong payment plan, the wrong loan, and she doesn't qualify. And lots of other people at this conference were finding out the same thing right there. And here's her talking about that.
It was like a support group almost, it turned into, because people were like, no, that can't be true. And people were, I went on my phone, people were going on their phones, their laptops, checking their loan, what type of loan they were in. Like, we were all sitting there like just frantic, like, what loan am I in? Wait, let me pull this up. Let me see.
But St. Paul says it was true. If 9 years before, her loan servicer had just said, look, do these few simple things, get into this loan, this payment plan, everything would have been fine. Instead, she feels like somebody stole tens of thousands of dollars from her.
Oh, it's just frustrating, and I just cannot believe this happened to me. That's like criminal. That's not right.
I mean, Chris, I guess the last question I have is, what is the Department of Education saying about these accusations?
Well, the Consumer Bureau is saying we want to work on this together. The Education Department is kind of doubling down and saying, no, we don't want these companies sharing information with anybody but us because of, quote, privacy concerns, which is a little bit of a head scratcher because it's like, well, these are law enforcement agencies. Seth Frotman says the CFPB should flex its muscles more and take loan servicers to court to get the documents.
NPR's Chris Arnold. Chris, thanks for your reporting on this.
You're welcome, David.
A federal judge has ordered that the government needs to release more information about the Russia investigation, including parts of the Mueller report that were previously redacted.
Yeah, so this order came after some court documents were unsealed. They revealed that former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn told investigators that someone connected to the administration or Congress tried to influence his cooperation with the special counsel inquiry. Flynn pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI about his contacts with the Russian ambassador, and we have reported in the past about possible efforts by President Trump's personal counsel to dissuade Flynn from participating in Robert Mueller's probe.
Okay, we've got National Justice Correspondent Carrie Johnson with us this morning to help us understand what's going on. Hi, Carrie.
Good morning, Rachel.
All right, so explain. What exactly are we learning from this filing here?
What we're learning is the judge has ordered the government to produce a few categories of new information. One is a voicemail that one of Donald Trump's lawyers apparently left for one of Michael Flynn's lawyers, basically trying to elicit what Flynn was telling investigators in the course of this investigation about the White House. Another is that the judge has ordered the government to post on the public docket by the end of this month a transcript of a call or calls between Michael Flynn and the then Russian ambassador in late 2016. This formed the basis of his guilty plea for lying to the FBI. This is what he lied to the FBI about. And finally, the judge wants to see parts of this Robert Mueller special counsel report that relate to Michael Flynn, including parts of the report that have been redacted to date.
And what is there a special significance to the fact that these parts of the Mueller report that he wants released, that they were redacted before?
Michael Flynn's case has played out. He's pleaded guilty. He's waiting for sentencing. We now know more about the nature of his cooperation, his very extensive cooperation with this investigation, including some new details overnight that Flynn apparently was present for conversations with senior campaign officials who were talking about trying to reach out to WikiLeaks in 2016. What we may find more about now is parts of that Mueller report that were previously redacted that relate to Michael Flynn's cooperation. I'm not sure to what extent parts of the intelligence community are going to want to put the kibosh on releasing some of this information, though.
So, I mean, we're learning more about this because these court documents have been unsealed now that the Mueller report is out. Are we going to see more revelations like this come down?
I think we are, Rachel, in part because Flynn is supposed to testify or is likely to testify in a trial of one of his former business partners scheduled for July. And remember, there's another big outstanding part of that Mueller investigation ongoing. Roger Stone, the president's longtime political advisor, is set to go to trial in November over allegations that he was in contact with WikiLeaks. A lot more information could come out as part of that trial process.
And we still don't know whether Robert Mueller himself is going to testify?
To be determined at this time.
NPR Senior Justice Correspondent Carrie Johnson for us. Thanks, Carrie.
My pleasure.
Okay, President Trump made this announcement. He's unveiling a new immigration plan, but it does not satisfy Democrats or even Republicans.
Yeah, the president outlined this proposal yesterday at the White House. If it ever became law, it would fundamentally alter the way the United States determines who can and cannot live in America. The priority would be given based on a so-called merit system that would allocate points to potential immigrants.
Our plan includes a sweeping modernization of our dysfunctional legal immigration process. It is totally dysfunctional.
Now, one major issue left out of this proposal, any solution for DACA recipients, immigrants who were brought to the U.S. illegally as children.
All right, here's Joel Rose, covers immigration and is in our studios this morning. Hey, Joel.
Hey, Rachel.
So let's get into the meat of the plan. This so-called merit-based immigration system. How are they going to determine the points? I mean, what are the criteria they're going to use?
Yeah, this would be a really big change in the way the U.S. does legal immigration. It would keep the number of new green cards steady at about 1 million a year, but it would fundamentally change who gets them. It would shift away from family reunification, which has been the basis of our immigration system really for decades.
When one person is allowed in, then they're allowed to bring other members of their family in.
What critics call chain migration and supporters call family reunification, right?
Okay.
It would also shift green cards away from refugees, and it would move towards this merit-based system that we're talking about, one that favors immigrants who are younger, who have more education, more income, can speak English, and the president even said he wants them to pass a civics exam before they're allowed in.
But this is interesting because, as you point out, it doesn't reduce the number of these immigrants who can come in, which is something Republicans aren't so happy about.
That's exactly right. Immigration hardliners do not like this because it would not reduce legal immigration, right? It would just change the profile of the people who can come in, but keep the overall number of immigrants the same. And Democrats do not like it much either because it does not address their big concerns on immigration, including DACA, which you've mentioned. And Democrats, of course, control the House, so you could not pass this without them. But I will note that it is sort of an interesting shift in tone for the president. Usually when he talks about immigrants, it's in terms of a, quote, invasion at the southern border or a threat to national security. There was a little bit of that in his speech yesterday, but not as much as we are used to. And, you know, whether that is a lasting shift in how he's going to talk about immigration going into the election next year, or whether it is just a momentary blip, anybody's guess.
But the president's big priority has always been illegal immigration at the southern border. Is there anything in his plan that addresses that?
Yeah, I mean, he says he wants to beef up border security, wants to be tougher on asylum seekers who are arriving at the southern border, and wants to deter them from coming to the border to seek protections here. But those migrants are still showing up, you know, thousands every day, more than 100,000 last month and 100,000 the month before that. Immigration authorities say they're just running out of room for all these folks, and they've started transporting migrants, in fact, to other parts of the country for processing, including now South Florida. NPR has learned that Customs and Border Protection will be sending 500 migrants every month to both Broward and Palm Beach counties. And officials in those counties say this threatens to overwhelm what's already an overstretched social safety net. Here's Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw.
It's not a good plan. We think it's a danger to this community, and it's going to put a real strain on what the resources are.
Yeah, so Republicans in Florida are asking, officials in Florida are asking the state's Republican governor and senators to push the White House to reconsider this.
All right, Joel Rose on the president's immigration proposal. Joel, we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rural hospitals are shutting down in this country. More than 100 of them have closed since 2010. The pace of these closures is increasing as financial pressure squeezes hospitals in small towns across the country.
Yeah, and you can imagine the effect on communities here. When these hospitals close down, these communities lose access to health care and high-paying jobs. And there's also often this sense of betrayal and abandonment as the hospital's hometowns really lose part of their identity. NPR and Kaiser Health News are spending this year following the historic town of Fort Scott, Kansas, a 132-year-old Catholic hospital founded by nuns in the state's pioneer days closed at the end of 2018, and the city is trying to cope with the loss and also trying to figure out what comes next.
Sarah Jane Tribble is a reporter with Kaiser Health News. She is taking the lead on the story and is in our studio this morning. Thanks for coming in.
Good to be here.
So with so many hospitals closing in rural communities across the country, I mean, did Fort Scott see the closure of its hospital coming down the pike?
No, actually. Even though another nearby hospital had closed in 2015, the community was convinced Mercy would stay in Fort Scott because of its history. Plus, there's a lot of need there. 1 out of every 4 children in the area lives in poverty. There are high rates of diabetes, obesity, and premature death.
So what's been the impact? I mean, you've been back to visit Fort Scott regularly. How are people coping?
Town leaders are hopeful that there's going to be better health care, but not everyone is. In March, I talked to Pat Wheeler. She's 65, and her husband has been sick since January, right after the hospital closed. She's been driving him an hour away to Joplin, Missouri for care. I talked to her when she was smoking a cigarette outside on Main Street.
I don't understand how they can just so blatantly close the hospital, I mean, where's the humanity? You know, what are people like us supposed to do? All of us senior citizens. And the government, they don't care. They don't care at all.
So, I mean, I know that in a lot of communities, when they lose a hospital, they still retain some health care. Is that happening in Fort Scott?
Yes, but Fort Scott was in a very unique position. While the hospital itself was owned by St. Louis area-based system Mercy, the CEO, Rita Baker, was a local. She grew up on a farm south of town. She spent more than half her life at the hospital, 37 years. Here is a bit of her talking about that.
I feel a deep love and a deep passion for the community. And I will go down working hard for the community. And they say a good captain goes down with their ship. And I guess in one hand, I feel like I'm going down with the ship. But I've worked really hard to put pieces in place to hold the community together for health care.
So she's made sure to have the 4 community health care centers run by the hospital taken over by a federally qualified health care clinic. Mm-hmm. These are organizations that are given special funding from the government to take care of poorer populations. The county and city took over the EMS services, so they have ambulances. And in a last-minute save, she convinced a hospital 30 miles away to take over the emergency department for 2 years.
So you're going to continue to dig into this. What are your expectations? I mean, what questions are you trying to answer as you go?
So about 20% of Americans live in rural America, and it's just too simple and depressing to think, okay, these places are going to be sicker and losing population. I think the big question that needs to be asked here is whether these communities really need a full-service hospital at all, or if there's some other kind of healthcare services available and possible for them to kind of survive and possibly thrive.
Kaiser Health News reporter Sarah Jane Tripple for us. Thank you so much for sharing your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The following states have something in common. Mississippi, Ohio, Georgia, Iowa, Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Utah all have recently passed laws that in various ways restrict when a woman can have an abortion.
Meanwhile, lawmakers in Missouri and Louisiana have approved bills, but they haven't been signed into law yet. Each of them is more restrictive than the standards set by the Supreme Court in its Roe v. Wade decision, and that is not a coincidence. Republican-controlled legislators want the Supreme Court to reconsider Roe. This, of course, is all happening in the run-up to a presidential election.
Any Democrat who expects to win the presidency must answer definitively where they stand on this issue.
That is New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who, of course, is one of the Democratic presidential candidates. So how will Democrats answer?
NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow is covering the presidential campaign. Scott, good morning.
Good morning.
What is the proposal from Gillibrand, who's the candidate we just heard?
Yeah, she's one of several candidates who have been focusing on this in the last few weeks. And amidst this increased focus, you're hearing a couple relatively new policies from Gillibrand and other Democrats running for president. Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, and others are talking specifically about passing federal laws codifying protections from Roe v. Wade and other Supreme Court rulings. There's a real concern from them that increasingly conservative federal courts would overturn Roe v. Wade. You're also hearing Gillibrand and Bernie Sanders, among other candidates, be much more explicit than we've heard before about the role that abortion would play in their federal court appointments. Both are saying, I would not appoint a Supreme Court judge or a federal judge who would not uphold Roe versus Wade.
Well, this is really interesting, and the idea of legislation is interesting since one historic criticism of Roe versus Wade is that the courts made this change, that it didn't go through the regular political process. And so now effectively some Democrats are saying, let's run it through the process. What else are Democrats saying?
Well, and I think the fact that they're explicitly saying that this would be a litmus test is another way that Donald Trump has changed the way that people talk about how they would be president and how people would act as president, because this has been, an implicit thing before. I would likely do it, but oh no, I wouldn't have a direct conversation about it. Now you have Gillibrand and Sanders saying, no, this is a key thing and I would talk about it with my appointees. But you've had candidates going to states like Georgia and Alabama talking about this, urging their supporters to give donations to groups like Planned Parenthood. The NPR Politics podcast recently interviewed South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Here's what he said about this.
What you have here is an agenda that is radical, that is out of step with what most Americans, even Americans in conservative states, believe is the right thing to do. It's disturbing. I think it amounts to an assault on freedom.
So you have the Democrats using these new laws to frame the Republican Party as being out of step with what the majority of Americans want. And you've seen some Republicans be a little uncomfortable with these new laws. Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, says the Alabama law in specific goes further than he believes. Over the weekend, President Trump implied that as well, saying that he has an agenda that opposes abortion rights, but that he still supports exemptions for cases of rape or incest or the health of a mother. The president tweeted, "If we are foolish and do not stay united as one, all of our hard-fought gains for life can and will rapidly disappear." That's the president over the weekend.
Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's NPR congressional correspondent Scott Detrow. Okay, the United States is at, or near, full employment.
Yeah, at least that's what economists call it. The idea of zero unemployment, literally everyone working, is very unlikely because people do change jobs. But the current rate of 3.6% is getting closer to that. It's the lowest level in nearly 50 years. So what do these numbers really mean for people looking for jobs, for people looking for raises?
NPR chief economic correspondent Scott Horsley is here to tell us. Scott, good morning.
Good morning.
How tight is the labor market when the unemployment rate is 3.6%?
Well, it's pretty tight across the country with that rate, but Steve, it's really tight in some places. In Ames, Iowa, for example, it's only 1.5%.
Wow.
NPR's Jim Zaroli visited Ames to find out how employers are coping there, and he spoke to restaurant manager Elizabeth Kopetsky, who says it's a real struggle.
We last year had a call from a restaurant down the street asking if we had any extra staff that they could share. That's how bad it's getting.
And what did you tell them?
We didn't have enough for ourselves.
Wages are going up in Ames, but they're still having trouble attracting workers. Even though Iowa's a real nice place to live, Steve, there are just not many people moving there. We do find other parts of the country, though, where people are moving to take advantage of new opportunities.
For example?
Places like Atlanta, Tallahassee, Charlotte, North Carolina have all seen an influx of workers, many of them coming from up north, looking for better jobs, more affordable housing. For African Americans in particular, this is kind of a reversal of the great migration we saw in the 20th century.
Yeah.
NPR's Daniela Cheslow spent some time in North Carolina talking with African American workers, both newcomers and longtime residents like Nicole Muse-Dennis. Muse-Dennis is a single mother of two who's working 65 hours a week. She says she's just barely getting by.
I'm what I call overemployed. I have 2 jobs, and I'm still trying to make it.
The unemployment rate among African Americans is low by historical standards, but at 6.7%, it's still nearly twice the national average.
Also, we just heard someone say there, Scott, she's working 2 jobs and still just trying to make it, which suggests the jobs are not paying quite so well compared to her expenses. How is it that employers are managing not to massively raise wages and still finding people to hire?
One thing that is happening is that people who had been out of the job market, either by choice or otherwise, are being lured back in by the near full employment magnet. And employers are getting more creative about tapping into that hidden workforce. As a result, groups that had been on the margins in the past are also finding more opportunities. People with disabilities, for example, or a prison record. Things that might have been disqualifying in the past are not anymore, says Christopher Dickerson.
I don't care what your background is. I don't care where you came from. I don't care what color you are. I don't care. As long as you come to work every single day and give me everything that you can give me.
Over the last couple of years, Steve, about 7 in 10 new people finding job were coming off the sidelines, not from the ranks of the unemployed.
But statistically, does this really mean higher wages for the people who already have jobs?
For a lot of the very long economic expansion, wages did not move very much. They just barely kept pace with inflation. But that is finally starting to change. We're seeing wages pick up and accelerate, and that's especially true for people at the bottom of the income ladder, which is encouraging. There's no question workers have more negotiating power now. One thing we're looking at is collective bargaining and the demise of 2-tier wage scales that some unions grudgingly went along with during the Great Recession.
Scott, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
NPR's Scott Horsley. Okay, who won the Game of Thrones?
We finally know. The show wrapped last night after 8 seasons, and fans had a strong reaction to the finale, which is not unexpected given the show's rabid fan base.
To tell us more about this moment is NPR TV critic Eric Deggans. Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, before we start, we have to warn, we tried to keep you safe all season, but we can't anymore. You're going to be hearing some spoilers. I believe Noelle is going to be sticking her fingers in her ears. Exactly right. Okay. So
I hear her saying, la, 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 in the background.
I can't hear you. But for those of us who are listening, what about the ending?
Okay, so once again, just like winter was coming on Game of Thrones, spoilers are coming here. I guess what I would say is that TV's most epic series failed to deliver on an epic ending. For the record, Bran Stark, a young man who lost the use of his legs when he was pushed out of a window in the first season, became the king. He won the Game of Thrones. But big moments like the death of heroine-turned-despot Daenerys Targaryen, they happened quickly, and they kind of seemed anticlimactic. Now, let's remember last week's episode where Daenerys used her dragon to burn down the town of King's Landing, even after it surrendered. And then, on Sunday's episode, her lover and supporter, Jon Snow, had this argument with her advisor, Tyrion Lannister. And their back and forth kind of sounded like two fans arguing over whether that scene when the dragon attacks the town actually made any sense. So let's check it out. Tyrion is played by Peter Dinklage, and he starts the argument.
The moment the gates fell, the battle was over.
She saw her friend beheaded. She saw her dragon shot out of the sky.
And she burned down a city for it. Would you have done it?
Now, Jon knows he wouldn't have done it, so he decides that Dany is a dangerous tyrant who must be killed, which he does.
Well, maybe this really was an argument over the earlier episode that accidentally got in, the way that coffee cup accidentally got into one of the scenes.
There you go. Exactly.
Now, I'm hearing you say what has been a common complaint about this season, that there's just too much plot crowded into too few episodes.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that the last 2 seasons have had fewer episodes than the typical 10 that they used to have. In 2017, they aired 7 episodes, and then these final 6 came almost 2 years after that. So maybe it feels kind of rushed because the setup episodes aired so long ago, and then we get the climax of the story now. I also think people expected to see the story of this heroine rising to free the oppressed, and instead they saw this story of a rebel becoming a brutal dictator and getting killed, and that might have thrown fans off a little bit.
Has this series in some fundamental way changed TV?
I think it has. It's brought movie epic level filmmaking to television, and it proved that you could create a huge hit with it. Of course, it's affected the culture, and people who haven't even watched the show, like you, Steve, know who these characters are. And it came along at a time when geek culture was taking over pop culture and rode that trend to massive success. And so we've seen now, shows about zombies and superheroes, and now sword and sorcery characters are among the most popular shows and movies out there. And Game of Thrones, I think, is the ultimate example of that in television. We'll see if any other series follow their lead.
Yeah, you can be a show nerd now and just get deeply, deeply involved in extraordinarily complex plots.
Of course.
Eric, thanks so much.
Always a pleasure.
That's NPR critic Eric Deggans.
A teenage boy was found dead yesterday at a Border Patrol station in South Texas.
He's the 5th migrant child to die after being apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border since December. He was 16 years old. He was from Guatemala, and immigration authorities say only that he was diagnosed with the flu over the weekend. His death comes amid growing concern about the conditions at Border Patrol facilities. On Sunday, Kevin McAleenan, the acting Secretary of Homeland Security, spoke of U.S. detention centers on CBS.
I'm very concerned about the conditions. These are not appropriate facilities for families and children in particular. These are police stations built for single adults, and that's why we've asked Congress for more resources to address it.
NPR's Joel Rose covers immigration. He's in studio with us this morning. Hi, Joel.
Hey, Noelle.
So what more do we know about this boy who died?
His name was Carlos Gregorio Hernandez Vasquez. As you say, he was 16 years old, from Guatemala. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says he was taken into custody after crossing the border in Hidalgo, Texas, which is near McAllen. He entered the U.S., according to CBP, with a group of about 70 migrants. From there, he was moved to a Border Patrol processing center in McAllen. According to CBP, he received a medical screening when he arrived and another one on Sunday when he reported feeling sick. A nurse practitioner diagnosed him with the flu, and then he was transferred to another Border Patrol facility to isolate him from the other migrants and given medicine for the flu, but he was never taken to a hospital. CBP says he was discovered unresponsive during a welfare check on Monday morning, and his death is under investigation by the FBI, by CBP, by other agencies.
As we said, he's the fifth migrant child to die after being apprehended, but the difference here is that he wasn't taken to a hospital, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, 5 migrants have died after crossing the border in just the last 6 months, but they were all, either rushed to the hospital or had been in the hospital for some time when they died. Hernandez Vasquez died in the Border Patrol facility. So there are still a lot of questions here why he wasn't taken to the hospital. It's also not clear why he was still in Border Patrol custody for almost a week. By law, the Border Patrol is not supposed to hold children for more than 72 hours, though we know in practice that they've been holding them for a lot longer recently. In this case, Hernandez Vasquez was supposed to be sent to a migrant child shelter that's overseen by U.S. Health and Human Services. It's not really clear why that was not done. CBP and HHS seem to be sort of pointing fingers at each other, but immigrant rights advocates say the bottom line is he should not have been in a Border Patrol facility for that long. Wendy Young is the president of Kids in Need of Defense. It's a nonprofit that advocates for migrant children.
The kids that we're talking about are typically arriving at the border exhausted. They've had a very difficult journey. They've had a difficult experience in their home country. They very often are in poor health. So providing them with the right care from the moment that they're taken into custody is really critical.
All right, and you heard that clip, Joel, from Kevin McAleenan just a few minutes ago, talking about these conditions being inappropriate. What does he mean? What are the conditions like?
Well, I think everyone agrees that these facilities are just not equipped for the current situation, which is that thousands of migrants are arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border every day. And immigrant rights advocates say that conditions in these facilities are only getting worse. The ACLU of Texas sent a formal complaint on Friday to the internal government watchdogs at both DHS and CBP that paints a pretty ugly picture. The ACLU says thousands of migrants have been detained outside because there's just no more room inside the holding cells. Migrants report not having access to showers or medical attention, forced to sleep outside. DHS did not respond for our request for comment on that ACLU complaint.
NPR's Joel Rose covers immigration. Joel, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, how exactly does the Trump administration plan to pressure a giant Chinese tech company?
The administration has made some dramatic moves in recent days. First, it told U.S. tech companies to stop dealing with Huawei. The U.S. has alleged that this maker of smartphones and cell phone networks is an information security risk. The U.S. move prompted Google to block Huawei's access to software that is used in many, many, many phones. And then yesterday, the U.S. abruptly gave Huawei a 90-day reprieve.
NPR's Arthi Shahani has been following all of this. Good morning, Arthi.
Good morning.
So, Arthi, what kicked this off, and what's actually being banned here?
Sure. So it started last week. The Trump administration added Huawei to a short list that American companies can't buy from or sell to. The ban affects very big players and also some pretty small ones. Take the small ones, take small mobile carriers, not your Verizons and T-Mobiles, but say your rural carriers. They buy Huawei equipment because it's cheap. Now they'll have to change suppliers. On the big end, let's take Google. Google and Huawei have licensing agreements, and that's to put Gmail Maps and the YouTube app on Huawei phones. Now, with the new ban for any future phones, new licensing agreements are not allowed. The Google apps can't be included, and that'll curtail Google's presence in Europe where Huawei's phones are sold.
All right, that is the context. But the U.S. has actually sort of taken a step back and said Huawei now has 90 more days to operate in the United States. What is that about? Why'd they do that?
Yeah, so everything I just said has a caveat. Last night, the administration issued an update saying American firms could keep engaging in certain existing business with Huawei until mid-August. And, that's presumably to give some transition or prep time.
And could the ban possibly get dropped entirely during that period?
Sure, that's possible, too, and there would be a precedent for that. Last year, President Trump banned another Chinese phone maker, ZTE, for national security concerns, and that basically brought China's President Xi Jinping to the bargaining table. That ended in Trump announcing ZTE would pay $1 billion fine, so, maybe the Huawei ban is just a move to create leverage for the U.S.
And what is Huawei saying about all this?
So according to Reuters, Huawei's president told China State TV that America is underestimating his company's capabilities. Meanwhile, we're seeing a very restrained response from other American tech giants. An Intel spokesperson said the chipmaker would comply with the law, of course, but wouldn't explain what that meant. Microsoft and Apple both do business with Huawei, and each declined to explain how they would implement the ban. It is worth noting Apple's delicate position in all of this. China is a really important market for iPhones. When the U.S. targets Huawei, either with the ban or other actions, that helps Huawei's popularity in China, okay? Huawei is in some circles seen as a martyr in that country's fight against U.S. imperialism. That dynamic is not at all helpful to Apple, which is going through a sales slump in China. And also, Apple could become the target of Chinese government backlash. So as this is proceeding, there's a real need to be cautious about the signals that the companies are sending to the government overseas.
And of course, all of this happening in the context of a trade war between the United States and China.
Correct, an escalating one.
NPR's Arthi Shahani. Thanks, Arthi.
Thank you.
The Trump administration has been talking about possibly using military force against Iran.
And we should be clear, so far there's a lot of signaling, no sign of shooting. The U.S. has deployed additional warships and planes to the Gulf region in recent days, and top administration officials will brief members of Congress today. The president has warned that the U.S. would use, quote, great force if, note the if Iran were to attack U.S. interests.
They've been very hostile. They've truly been the number one provocateur of terror.
But he also left some room for negotiation.
If they called, we would certainly negotiate, but that's going to be up to them. I'd only want them to call if they're ready.
The administration, of course, has been threatening economic steps against anyone doing business with Iran, especially buying Iranian oil. Many companies around the world are scrambling to make sure they don't violate those newly imposed sanctions.
And NPR's Jackie Northam has been looking into the sanctions. Hi, Jackie.
Good morning.
All right, so the U.S. is not just hitting Iran with sanctions. They're penalizing companies for doing business with Iran. How does that work? How do they find out?
Well, the U.S. dollar is the most commonly used currency in the world, and the majority of transactions, whether it's wire transfers or currency exchanges, payments, are done in the dollar. And those transactions will electronically run through about a half a dozen major banks in the U.S. You can imagine the computers in those banks watch trillions of transactions, and they have software that will alert them if a person or a company on a U.S. sanctions list is trying to do a transaction. They'll then alert the Treasury Department. And, the penalties can be big. 4 years ago, the French bank BNP Paribas was fined $9 billion for violating those sanctions against business with Iran. And now that those sanctions have been reimposed, companies, let me tell you, are scrambling to comply.
$9 billion. I understand the scramble. What are some of the steps these companies are taking to stay on the right side of this?
Well, a lot of them are proactively scrutinizing their transactions. And I'm told many international companies are hiring former Treasury Department officials to help make sure they're in compliance and not violating U.S. sanctions. I dug down into some quarterly financial reports from Amazon and found that they've been going through their transactions with a fine-tooth comb. They have declarations saying they've discovered sales and or deliveries of books and jewelry and toys, even pet products, to Iranian embassies and consulates since 2012. They even mention a $20 delivery to someone who may have been working with the Iranian government. So, it's better to go back and look rather than face one of these very heavy fines or even be banned from the U.S. financial system.
The U.S. reimposed sanctions on Iran after President Trump pulled the U.S. out of the nuclear deal, but other countries still do support the deal. Can they get a reprieve from these sanctions?
It's really difficult to do that because the dollar is so pervasive. Europe has talked about creating what they're calling a special purpose vehicle to do these transactions with Iran, but it's sort of a separate payment system, and it's usually, as you say, involving oil. But they haven't figured out to do it, and it just hasn't got off the ground. Companies don't want to appear to be working around the White House and risk getting cut out of the U.S. financial systems. There's other ways. There's trading and bartering with Iran for goods, but it's cumbersome, and again, it runs the risk of crossing the U.S.
NPR's international affairs correspondent Jackie Northam. Jackie, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meets her fellow Democrats. That includes some who are ready for impeachment proceedings which Pelosi is not.
Yeah, Pelosi said a while back that impeachment isn't worth it. She said it's better to let the facts develop. But the White House is blocking current and former Trump officials from cooperating with congressional investigations. And Democrat David Cicilline of Rhode Island says it is time for an impeachment inquiry.
I think the principal reason to do it is that it will communicate this heightened level of seriousness, and it will be a direct response to an administration that is attempting to cover up and impede and obstruct Congress's role in conducting an investigation.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith is following this discussion. She is also the host of NPR's Politics podcast. Tam, good morning.
Good morning.
Why would Pelosi meet with her people now?
Because House Democrats are frustrated and increasingly vocal. And part of the idea of this committee is to talk about everything that they are doing to try to get documents and testimony from the White House, and also to talk about a recent court ruling that went in favor of congressional investigators.
So Pelosi is essentially saying, no, I'm not moving forward with impeachment, but don't worry, we got this. We're working on it in other ways.
Yes, it is to have a conversation, to get the family together, to say, hey, look, we're doing these other things. But there are a lot of Democrats who are starting to feel like the administration is just pushing back on them at every turn. There's no cooperation. The idea that they'd be having hearings and seeing all kinds of documents by now, and they haven't, is beginning to frustrate people. And that includes Maryland Democrat, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who was on the PBS NewsHour last night.
I flipped over. Last week, I was with where most people were in saying, let's give it some more time. But now I've seen enough. And I think that we need to move forward at some point, and I hope quickly, to an impeachment inquiry.
Well, now, on the substance, I don't think Pelosi is very far from her members. She has called the president immoral, unethical, corrupt, unpatriotic. She's used all of those words. So what is her rationale for holding off on impeachment proceedings?
She has long argued that the threshold for impeachment should be overwhelming and bipartisan. And in that respect, it isn't overwhelming and bipartisan yet in terms of public opinion. And there's just one Republican congressman thus far who has called for impeachment. That's Justin Amash from Michigan. And he's an outlier. He's not the kind of Republican that other Republicans would follow. So that in terms of her threshold, overwhelming and bipartisan, they aren't there yet. But what a lot of Democrats are arguing is we aren't saying impeach the president today. We're saying begin an impeachment inquiry. Start the investigation.
There are some Democrats who speculate the president wants us to impeach him because he wants a fight and he thinks it'll be good for him. Is there any indication from your reporting at the White House that the White House would not mind an impeachment inquiry?
I was talking to someone last night who said that legally it would change the calculation, that their argument of no legitimate legislative purpose for these investigations would melt away and it would change things. But I heard from the campaign this morning, Kayleigh McEnany, and they are on message saying that Democrats are being driven by the radical fringe of their party and are willing to destabilize and divide the country to make them happy.
Interesting stuff. Tamara, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
NPR's Tamara Keith. All right, members of the Trump administration face one basic question from skeptics of their approach to Iran. Does the administration really know what it's doing?
Yeah, that's right. U.S. pressure on Iran and warnings of Iranian attacks have stirred fears of war. So yesterday, top administration officials offered some reassurance. Members of the House and Senate met Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. They also met Acting Secretary of Defense Patrick Shanahan, who had this to say.
We do not want the situation to escalate. This is about deterrence, not about war.
NPR national security correspondent David Welna is following this story. David, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Would you describe this meeting? You've got people from both houses of Congress meeting in private with the officials, right?
Right. This was a closed-door classified briefing, so of course I didn't hear a word of it firsthand, and most lawmakers were mum about what they'd heard. This was also the first time this administration has gone to Congress to explain why the U.S. military has suddenly, since early this month, gotten so confrontational with Iran. Acting Defense Secretary Shanahan did talk briefly to reporters after the briefings, and he attributed the beefed-up U.S. military deployments to the Persian Gulf, which include an aircraft carrier strike group and heavy bombers, to what he called credible intelligence about threats to our interests in the Middle East and to American forces. That was essentially the message to lawmakers as well.
Okay, so the administration officials go into this classified briefing with effectively our representatives as Americans. They say, here's the information. We don't hear what the classified information might be, but the lawmakers must have some public response to all of this.
Yes, well, of course, we've all seen another version of this movie before, those warnings about Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that turned out to be baseless. So credibility is a big deal in this flare-up with Iran, and not surprisingly, Republican lawmakers took the Trump administration at its word. Here's Adam Kinzinger, a House Republican and Iraq war veteran from Illinois yesterday.
If anybody's questioning that, somehow there's made-up intelligence, that's ludicrous. This is, they're not going to say something that's not well-rounded and well-sourced, and I walk away very convinced.
And you would probably not be shocked to hear that congressional Democrats are considerably more skeptical. Here's California Senator Dianne Feinstein, a former chairwoman of the Intelligence Committee, when a reporter asked her whether she believed the intelligence claims being made about Iran.
I don't believe there are credible threats from Iran.
And Democrats also complained about being left out of the loop for so long about what's going on in the Persian Gulf. They say they got no commitment from administration officials yesterday that Congress would be consulted if the decision were made to go to war with Iran.
Okay, so you're underlining that the response we've heard in public has mostly been along partisan lines, but does that give you any sense of where things go from here?
Well, there is no clear game plan here, at least according to Democrats who were briefed. Iran defiantly announced this week that it's increasing its production of enriched uranium, possibly beyond the stockpile limits set in the Iran nuclear deal. And Adam Smith is the Democrat who chairs the House Armed Services Committee, and he said that yesterday's briefing on Iran, if anything, seems to suggest that Iran is more intent now on pursuing a nuclear weapons buildup because of this U.S. military beefing up in the Persian Gulf. Here's Smith.
There was a lot of talk in the briefing about how there's a huge risk of Iran miscalculating, striking in a way that gets a response they didn't anticipate. I think there's risk for miscalculation on both sides.
And yeah, miscalculation is what everybody is worried about in this.
NPR's David Wella, thanks so much.
You're welcome, Steve.
Next, we have NPR's latest reporting on genetically modified viruses.
That's right. We have news that scientists have created a new kind of antibiotic, a living antibiotic that's designed to fight superbugs. Those, of course, are bacteria that have become resistant to regular antibiotics. This all involves a tool called CRISPR.
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein has been covering this story. He's broken story after story on this, and he joins us once again. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Okay, genetically modified viruses. So what, we turn the virus into a little tool of human beings? Is that what happens here?
Exactly. That's exactly what scientists are doing. They're trying to harness this kind of virus. They're called bacteriophages, or phages for short. And these are naturally occurring viruses that are the natural enemies of bacteria. They can destroy bacteria by infecting them, taking over their genetic machinery, and literally making them explode. But what's new is scientists have used this powerful new gene editing technique, CRISPR, to genetically modify very specific phages to make them even more potent bacteria killers.
Oh, so just as we might have a cat in the house to go after the mice in the house, we're going to have these viruses hanging around to go after superbugs?
That's exactly right. The idea is we would harness these naturally occurring, predators of microbes that infect our bodies and use them to basically rid us of these infections.
Why is this needed?
Well, so more and more infections are getting harder and harder to treat. They're becoming these superbugs, they're becoming resistant to antibiotics. And, some infections have even become totally resistant, meaning doctors have no way to try to save patients in some cases. So the fear is that, this is getting so common that we'll be left kind of defenseless against infections and kind of return to a time when people are dying from infections that had become no big deal. I talked to Dr. Michael Preby about this. He works at a VA medical center in Augusta, Georgia.
We are getting to the point where there are organisms that are resistant to every known antibiotic. My fear is that as we are in this arms race, there gets to a point where we are not able to keep up with the enemy, the resistant bacteria. The superbugs take over, and we have nothing to defend against it.
Yeah, so because of that, scientists have been racing to come up with new ways to fight these superbugs.
Okay, so what is it that the scientists do to modify the viruses to turn them into little predators for us?
Yeah, so they've created a cocktail of 3 bacteriophages that are genetically modified with CRISPR. And there's a little irony in this because scientists originally discovered CRISPR by studying the immune systems of bacteria. And CRISPR is actually how bacteria fight off bacteriophages. So scientists have kind of essentially turned this on its head and figured out a way to use the bacteria's own immune systems against these infections. They load up these phage viruses with CRISPR to make them literally shred the microbe's DNA. That makes them even more powerful superbug killers. That's the idea anyway.
It's amazing to think about this intricate science happening at a level that is so small that we could not possibly see it, and still they figure these things out.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And the idea is that later this year, they're going to go start to test this at 6 hospitals around the country. I went and visited that VA hospital in Augusta, Georgia, where it's going to be one of the centers. And they're going to start to infuse these cocktails, billions of these modified viruses, into patients.
All right, NPR's Rob Stein, thanks.
Sure, nice to be here, Steve.
Months ago, President Trump demanded that Congress make a choice. They could work with him or fight him, legislate or investigate. He wouldn't do both.
In keeping with that demand, the president yesterday sabotaged his own meeting on legislation. He hosted top lawmakers, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi at the White House, and then the president walked out, boycotting his own meeting and speaking to reporters in the Rose Garden.
I said, let's have the meeting on infrastructure. We'll get that done easily. That's one of the easy ones. And instead of walking in happily into a meeting, I walk in to look at people that had just said that I was doing a cover-up. I don't do cover-ups.
Speaker Pelosi had indeed previously made that accusation.
We believe that the President of the United States is engaged in a cover-up.
After the president left his own meeting, Pelosi called it, quote, very, very, very strange. That's very 3 times.
Indeed, it is. All right. So to talk more about this, international political correspondent Mara Liasson joins us this morning. Good morning, Mara.
Hello, Rachel.
Hello. So what happened? Did all this spontaneously combust, or was this a calculated explosion on the part of the president?
It seems calculated. What we know is that the president walked into the cabinet room. He didn't shake anyone's hand or sit down. He said he wanted to do infrastructure, but Speaker Pelosi just said something terrible about him, the cover-up comment, and there can't be 2 tracks, can't work on these things and have investigations at the same time, and then he stormed out. But even before then, the podium was already set up in the Rose Garden with the placards on it, not about infrastructure, but about the Mueller investigation.
Right.
So the president has an instinct for the grand gesture. He likes to make theatrical comments without a whole lot of thought about what comes next. You know, what's the next step? He often ends up negotiating with himself, calling his own bluff, and then backing down. We saw that with government shutdown. And the big question now is, what next?
So we should just remind people that that comment by Pelosi about cover-up, this came after Democrats were meeting about possible impeachment, right?
That's right. Pelosi is facing calls amongst some of her members to start impeachment hearings. She said that the president was engaged, as you heard her say, in a cover-up. What she was talking about was the fact that the president has refused to turn over the rest of the Mueller report or his tax records or let his officials testify before Congress after they've been subpoenaed. And so we don't know if that comment was really what prompted this or not. Now, we should say that the infrastructure talks were already on thin ice. The meeting was called so that the president could tell Congress how he wanted to pay for a $2 trillion infrastructure plan, and it was unclear how he was going to do that.
So what does happen now? The president says, you got to stop these investigations or we're done. We're not going to make any deals. I mean, so Congress, the president, they're not going to get in a room. So what's going to happen to all these issues that they're supposed to be working on?
Well, that is just mystifying because, you know, the public doesn't care about these investigations. What they care about are things like drug prices and infrastructure and other substantive policy issues. And now here's the president saying he's not going to do any of those because he is so obsessed with the investigations. In the past, Presidents and Congress have been able to walk and chew gum at the same time. There have been investigations and legislation simultaneously, so we don't know what's going to happen to the debt ceiling or the trade deal or a budget.
Right. But as you point out, during the Clinton administration, the Nixon administration, some things still got done.
Some things still got
done.
done.
Some things. NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson. Thanks, Mara.
Thanks.
All right, maybe you remember those images of him. Long hair, he was bearded, dirt all over his face. John Walker Lind was only 20 years old at the time.
He was the man who came to be known as the American Taliban. He was captured on a battlefield in Afghanistan not so long after 9/11. After 17 years in a federal prison, he's scheduled for release today.
And NPR's Hannah Alam is with us to talk about this. Hannah, remind us John Walker Lind's background, his story, how he ended up on that battlefield.
Well, it's certainly an unusual case. Lind was born into a Catholic family in D.C. His dad was a lawyer at the Justice Department. Lind grew up in California, and then around age 16, he becomes interested in Islam, ends up converting, and then, tells his parents he wants to study Arabic and Islam. So that takes him to Yemen and then Pakistan. And then he crosses into Afghanistan, and that's really where the story gets murky. He sympathized with the Taliban cause and goes off to join them and ends up at a training camp where he even met Osama bin Laden. This was before 9/11, but certainly after other al-Qaeda attacks on U.S. interests.
Right. So then how did he wind up in U.S. custody?
In November 2001, Lind was captured by the Afghan Northern Alliance, and he's questioned by CIA officers on the ground. Moments after he's questioned, this big prisoner revolt unfolds, and one of those agents, Mike Spann of the CIA, was killed. The revolt is put down. Lind gets shot in the leg. But after this long and bloody ordeal, he is one of only about 86 of several hundred Taliban prisoners to survive. Afghan forces then hand him over to U.S. forces. He's brought back to the United States, and he ends up with a sentence of 20 years on charges of supporting the Taliban.
So he's getting out today. He's scheduled for early release, right, for good behavior after serving 17 years.
Right.
Where's he going to go? What's his life going to be?
Right. Well, he's certainly not going to waltz out and start this new life as a free man. He's going to be under heavy restrictions that are going to last for 3 years. That's the duration of his probation. There's lots of standard restrictions for people on probation, but also some really specific ones designed to stop him from becoming an online recruiter for extremism.
Right, because that would be a concern.
That's right. So to that end, he won't be able to own an internet-capable device without his parole officer signing off on it. All of his online activity will be monitored. He's not allowed to communicate online in any language other than English. And then there's a mental health component. He's going to be getting counseling and evaluations. And counterterrorism analysts say this part, the rehabilitation part, is really important for, when those 3 years are up, because realistically, the government's not going to be able to watch him 24/7 for the rest of his life. Yeah. It's illegal, and they don't have the resources anyway.
Right. So Linda's not alone, is he?
No, not at all. There's certainly many more Americans in prison for aiding foreign terror groups. And Lind is sometimes called detainee number one in the so-called war on terror. And now, in a way, he's parolee number one, really among one of the first of several people in post-9/11 cases to be released. And this is a real concern for counterterrorism analysts who say there's just no plan or national strategy to deal with this. So there's a scramble now to come up with one.
All right. NPR's Hannah Alam. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. What would cause the Trump administration to consider cutting off U.S. technology to another Chinese company?
The U.S. is already moving to block technology from the telecom giant Huawei. And now, the New York Times reports, the U.S. is considering a similar move against Hikvision. This is a video surveillance firm. It depends heavily on U.S. components to power its equipment, including computer chips designed in Silicon Valley. The company has been criticized for its role in tracking members of China's mostly Muslim Uyghur community, and now it is also caught up in the broader trade war between the U.S. and China.
NPR's Rob Schmitz in Shanghai is covering all this, joins us this morning. Hi, Rob.
Good morning.
So first Huawei, now Hikvision. Another casualty in the U.S.-China trade war. Can you just tell us a little bit about what this company does?
Hikvision is one of the world's largest manufacturers of video surveillance equipment, and its revenue last year was more than $7 billion. It has around 30,000 employees. It's a very big company. The company is so successful because one of its largest clients is the Chinese government. China has spent hundreds of billions of dollars on domestic surveillance in recent years, especially in regions like Xinjiang, where an estimated hundreds of thousands of Muslims have been detained for having what the state calls extremist thoughts. I spoke to Human Rights Watch Maya Wong about the Trump administration's potential crackdown on Hikvision, and here's what she said about it.
I think it would be really good news because I think it could significantly make it at least temporarily difficult for the Chinese government in this surveillance project.
And for the record, Rachel, Hikvision has issued a statement to the media saying it is not aware of how its equipment is used inside of China. But Maya Wong says the company isn't being honest about that because it has advertisements on its own website boasting of its partnership with Chinese authorities.
Wow.
Well, so this would potentially be the first time that the Trump administration was, in essence, punishing a Chinese company for its role in the surveillance and mass detention of the Uyghurs, right? I mean, is that just a happy side effect, or is that really a motivation for the Trump administration?
I think that's with a big caveat. I think many observers suspect this is coming from a desire to inflict economic pain on China rather than out of a desire to help a repressed group in Xinjiang. And it's possible that it could be both. The Trump administration has always asserted that China poses an economic, technological, geopolitical threat, and that includes a threat to human rights outside of China. Hikvision not only sells its AI-enabled cameras to China's government, but it's also selling them to authoritarian governments around the world so that they can keep tabs on their populations. And members of the Trump administration, namely Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, have expressed concerns about the implications of China exporting such an Orwellian surveillance system to other countries.
So what does China make of this move against Hikvision?
Well, Hikvision's in trouble. It's listed on the Shenzhen Exchange. Its stock has been in a nosedive since the news broke. It was down 10% yesterday, 6% today. Beijing weighed in today, saying all of Washington's sanctions are unilaterally escalating the trade dispute and dragging down the world economy. And of course, this news comes just days after the Trump administration's sanctions on U.S. companies selling equipment to Huawei, which is in many ways much bigger news, given that Huawei is a household name here in China. So if these sanctions on U.S. companies selling to Hikvision and to Huawei materialize, then we are already looking at further decoupling of the American and Chinese economies that will likely have a big impact on global markets.
NPR's Rob Schmitz reporting from Shanghai this morning. Rob, thanks. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
States that have been hit by natural disasters are likely to get some relief from the government. These are parts of the country that have been waiting months and in some cases years for help.
Senate lawmakers overwhelmingly passed a long-delayed disaster aid package late yesterday. The $19 billion will provide much-needed help to states that are trying to recover from a whole range of natural disasters, flooding, wildfires, hurricanes. And the deal comes after months of fighting between the president and Democrats over sending additional money to Puerto Rico, which was devastated after Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria hit nearly 2 years ago. There's another reason for the delay, though. They couldn't agree on funding for the president's border security measures. That includes the wall. This bill contains no funding for that wall. President Trump says he'll sign it anyway.
Well, we're going to get the immigration money later, according to everybody. I have to take care of my farmers with the disaster relief.
NPR's Domenico Montanaro is on the line. Good morning, Domenico.
Hey there, Noel.
So what's in the bill? What did the Senate manage to officially agree on?
Well, as you all, as you all noted, it's $19.1 billion for disaster relief. That includes $1 billion for Puerto Rico. That's for food stamps, housing and infrastructure. But the hang-up here had been that the president was hotly opposed to more money for Puerto Rico, and that went on for months. I mean, in the end, Democrats got exactly the amount that they wanted, passed the Senate 85-8, still has to pass the House, but that's really a formality, and they're expected to do so as early as today.
These relief bills used to be really easy bipartisan wins. This one took a long time to get passed. Was it just the president? What else was going on?
Well, It was the president. I mean, they are typically easy to pass. These are usually bipartisan. But again, President Trump didn't want this money for Puerto Rico. Feels like the island has been mismanaged. He wanted this border wall funding. And Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer tried to put a wedge between the president and Senate Republicans. Let's take a listen to him here.
I think it means that Republicans are learning that they're going to have to break from the president to get anything done. Because the president, just as he was yesterday, has been an obstructionist force.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is for months, the president was against this bill. I don't know that it was exactly as Schumer puts it, where you have Republicans breaking from him. But Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, for example, was keeping this on the shelf until the president would sign off, and he finally did.
And this time, the president, said he intends to sign it despite not getting the money for his border wall. Do we have any sense of what changed in his mind?
That's a hard thing to try to understand. But Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, who's the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, had been shepherding this and met with the president and some administration officials earlier this week, and apparently got the president to commit to pursuing the increased immigration funding separately. There was lots of pressure, on Republicans and the president. The president went to the Florida Panhandle, for example, a couple months ago, and they wanted this funding passed. And the president, again, simply gave in after this lengthy delay.
NPR's Domenico Montanaro. Thanks, Domenico.
You're welcome.
All right, the founder of WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, is facing new charges.
The Justice Department is charging Assange with violating the Espionage Act. This is for obtaining and publishing secret documents, which is what he's accused of doing. Assistant Attorney General John Demers told reporters that the published documents put the American military and others at risk.
Documents relating to these disclosures were even found in the Osama bin Laden compound. This release made our adversaries stronger and more knowledgeable, and the United States less secure.
So that's one side. Press freedom advocates say the indictment threatens the First Amendment rights of journalists.
NPR's national justice correspondent Carrie Johnson has been following this story for many years. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning, Noel.
So what are these new charges? Lay them out for us.
These are 17 new charges under the Espionage Act. Very, very serious escalation of the case against Julian Assange. The charges include conspiracy to obtain, receive, and disclose national defense information, basically soliciting former Army Private Chelsea Manning to leak sensitive materials to WikiLeaks. Remember, she gave State Department cables, war logs, and assessments of detainees at Guantanamo, among other things, to WikiLeaks, prompting this entire scandal to explode.
Well, as Rachel said, advocates for press freedom are really troubled by these charges. They say that this could set a precedent where journalists, especially those who cover national security and intelligence, could themselves end up facing these type of charges. Now, Julian Assange is not a traditional journalist, as we understand the term. So what is the concern here?
Assange may not be a traditional journalist, but some of the activities he's accused of in this new superseding indictment mirror things that reporters do every day, asking sources to share sensitive information with them. In fact, the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press says these charges pose a dire threat to news gathering. The ACLU calls them unprecedented and basically says that they could lay down a marker to put other reporters on notice inside the U.S. that they could be charged with wrongdoing. Now, to hear the Justice Department tell it, Julian Assange is different, in part because he ignored warnings from the State Department, went ahead and published some of these materials with the names of the intelligence community and the State Department's confidential human sources in them. Here's Assistant Attorney General John Demers talking about that.
No responsible actor, journalist or otherwise, would purposely publish the names of individuals he or she knew to be confidential human sources in war zones.
Now, Noel, there's no evidence that anyone died as a result of these publications, but DOJ says all they have to prove in court is that there was a potential for serious harm to someone.
Assange is in prison in the UK right now for skipping bail. Is it likely that he's going to be extradited to the U.S.?
These new charges in this new superseding indictment do raise a new question for me. There is an exception to the extradition treaty between the UK and the U.S. that talks about political offenses. It's not clear to me and to some of the lawyers with whom I've been in touch whether some of these new Espionage Act charges for publication of information could be considered political by British authorities.
Carrie, before I let you go, let me just switch gears here quickly. Last night, we learned that President Trump has given Attorney General William Barr new powers to review the investigation into the Trump campaign's ties to Russia. What is this about?
This is all about investigating the investigators who were looking into President Trump's campaign in 2016. Remember, Attorney General Bill Barr raised a firestorm when he said he believed there was spying on the Trump campaign, even though the FBI says it didn't think it did anything wrong in that era. Now, Bill Barr has appointed a U.S. attorney to look into this. The president has given Bill Barr the power to decide what information becomes public or not. Noel Adam King, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, says this is weaponizing intelligence information, and he calls it un-American. Some former CIA veterans are raising questions about whether the attorney general could selectively disclose some of this some of these government secrets to try to help the president. They say there's a parallel here to the way Bill Barr handled the quotes in the Mueller report, the special counsel's report into Russian interference in the election.
NPR's Carrie Johnson. Thanks, Carrie.
My pleasure.
All right, now over to India, where nearly 6 weeks of voting in the world's biggest democracy have ended in a landslide victory.
That's the sound of celebrations that happened last night. Supporters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has secured another 5-year term. Hundreds of millions of people turned out to vote in an election that was widely seen as a referendum on Modi's Hindu nationalist politics. That's Modi in a victory speech saying he dedicates his win to the people of India.
NPR's Lauren Freyer has been reporting on the election. She's on the line from Mumbai. Lauren, before we get into it, let's talk about the logistics of this election because they are staggering. 900 million people eligible to vote.
Yeah, it's amazing. And around 2/3 of them did vote. So that's a really high turnout. Indian law says that no one should have to walk more than about 1.25 miles to vote. So in Indian elections, you literally have more than 1 million polling stations coming to the voters rather than the other way around. And voting is all done electronically on machines the size of the small suitcases. So we saw election workers, carrying these suitcases, traveling to tropical islands in the Indian Ocean, to villages in the Himalaya Mountains. Voting happened in 7 stages over nearly 6 weeks, and the votes were just counted last night.
Absolutely extraordinary. What were the big issues in this campaign?
So Modi's campaign was really about national security and religion, Hinduism. He ordered airstrikes on Pakistan in February after a suicide bombing linked to Pakistan-based militants. He offered himself during that conflict as this strong pair of hands to lead the country. He also campaigned to his hardline Hindu base. He promised to build a Hindu temple in a very incendiary spot where a mosque was torn down and Muslims were killed. What Modi did not campaign on as much was the economy. When he was elected 5 years ago, he promised to create jobs. But unemployment is at a 4-decade high. India is going to soon overtake China as the most populous country in the world. It's also getting richer. And so you've got tens of millions of young Indians joining the labor force for the first time. And here's one first-time voter, an 18-year-old named Ayushi.
I'm happy. Actually, my family also supported Modi ji, and I wish they will do better than last 5 years and give more chance to youth and more job vacancies.
So she's doing an internship, wondering if she'll get a job, and she thinks 5 more years for Modi to come through with job growth.
And what does this big win for Modi mean for the rest of the government in India? Just quickly.
So it means Modi's Hindu Nationalist Party will be able to rule alone. It won't have to have coalition partners. It also means Modi's 2014 victory wasn't a one-off. His brand of Hindu nationalist populist politics is really here to stay. India was created 70 plus years ago as a secular, pluralistic democracy. Modi last night called secularism an old fad. He wants to bring the country's majority Hindu faith into politics in unprecedented ways.
NPR's Lauren Freyer in Mumbai. Thanks, Lauren.
You're welcome.
President Trump's disagreement with Japan's prime minister demonstrates his personal brand of diplomacy.
That's right. The president has been visiting Tokyo. He met with Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Their summit came after North Korea tested missiles. Now, Japan and key figures in the Trump administration say that testing violates UN resolutions, but President Trump says he's not bothered by it.
One of many things heard by NPR White House reporter Aisha Roscoe, who is traveling with the president, is currently in Japan. Hi there, Aisha.
Hello.
So we should mention the news conference at which the president made that remark next to Shinzo Abe came after a lengthy meeting. What came out of it?
So really, this trip overall was about showing how close the U.S. and Japan are, how close Trump and Abe are. And that was on display here at the press conference. Abe in particular was very complimentary of Trump. He repeatedly said how he wanted to praise Trump for taking a new approach with North Korea. He even said that Trump was responsible for cracking Kim Jong-un's shell of distrust. But as you mentioned, there were some divisions there. Trump downplayed North Korea's latest missile launches, and Abe had this to say.
関連する安保理決議に違反するものであり、極めて、これは今まで述べている通りでありまして。
I guess we should do a little translation
And for those
here.
that don't speak,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, for those that don't speak Japanese, he called the test a violation of the UN Security Council resolution, and he said it was regrettable that this happened. So even though the countries are saying they're on the same page, and largely they do seem to be, there are some differences there.
What else was the president saying as he stood next to the Japanese prime minister?
Well, over and over again, Trump was talking about how he expects to make all these deals on national security or on trade with various countries. What you didn't hear was how he will actually make it happen. He said he expects an agreement with China. Here's more on that.
I think sometime in the future, China and the United States will absolutely have a great trade deal. And we look forward to that.
But he didn't say how those two countries will be able to come together. Talks have really fallen apart. The countries are now trading tariffs and retaliating against each other. He's also talking about a quick deal with Japan and said there may be a big announcement on this by August, but he didn't say how those countries are going to come together on the issue of car imports. Japan does not want tariffs, and Trump has said that he's looking at that, he's considering it, and he hasn't taken that off the table.
Let me ask about one thing that was said there about China, Aisha. Is this correct? The president also said China wants to make a deal. They're ready to make a deal with us, the United States. But we're not ready to make a deal? Did he say again he's comfortable just having higher and higher tariffs against China?
That was much of what he was saying. Obviously, he continues to state and inaccurately that China is paying all the tariffs. It is importers who are paying, U.S. importers who are paying the tariffs. But he basically is now kind of saying that China wishes they would have made the deal. They're kind of suffering, and now we're not ready to make a deal. They have to kind of come to us, basically, or come to the U.S. to make the deal.
But the U.S. is selling a bunch of F-35 fighter planes to Japan.
Yeah, so this is a part of Japan's efforts, obviously, to build up their military, but also to win over some favor from the U.S. and lower that trade deficit, which Trump is so concerned about. So this is a way, these F-35s are not cheap, and so they cost a lot of money.
Okay, Aisha, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Aisha Roscoe. Okay, huge election result here. Centrists in Europe have lost their majority.
That's right. Over the weekend, the European Union held parliamentary elections. Nationalist and far-right parties gained seats, but they did not win in the landslide that a lot of people had predicted. Liberals and Green parties also did very well, and it's notable that this was the highest turnout for European elections in 25 years.
NPR's Sylvia Poggioli has been following the elections from Rome. Hi there, Sylvia.
Hi, Steve.
What do you make of all this?
Well, the bottom line is, as you said, the populists did well in some countries, but those fearful forecasts of a hard right victory across the EU did not pan out. One reason seems to be a very high turnout. Overall, something like 51% compared to 43% 5 years ago. And that's apparently thanks to young pro-EU voters who cast ballots for Greens. Those parties scored very well in Northern Europe. The populists did succeed in depriving the center-left and center-right parties of the majority they held for 40 years in the European Parliament. They've gained 5% from the last EU elections. But populists are expected to get only around 25% of Parliament seats. Nevertheless, there were some standout populist victories. Here's the victorious Matteo Salvini, Italian Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the hard-right League.
So,
clutching a rosary, Salvini said, not only is the League the top party in Italy, Marine Le Pen is the top party in France, Nigel Farage is the top party in the UK. So Italy, France, the UK, it's a sign of Europe that's changing. And, Marine Le Pen's hard-right party came in ahead of the party of French President Emmanuel Macron, the champion of a stronger EU. And the League here in Italy scored 34%, and that makes it the biggest party in the EU Parliament.
Well, what is driving the far right in multiple countries to gain?
Well, EU bureaucrats have been accused of dealing very poorly with many recent issues. There was the economic stagnation following the global financial crisis, very high unemployment rates, especially among the young in southern Europe, mass casualty terrorist attacks that raised concerns over lack of security, but of course, most of all, the refugee crisis that led to an influx of unprecedented numbers of migrants in Europe. Populists have fueled fears and anxiety over what they call an invasion. Here's the autocratic Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, whose party scored more than 50% in the EU vote.
We reject migration, and we would like to see leaders in position of European unions who reject the migration, who would like to stop it and not to manage it.
Okay, Sylvia, from that one quote, we can figure out what far right means in Hungary, but does it mean the same in all European countries? What do they all stand for?
No, they're not united on all issues. For example, Italy's Salvini wants much looser rules on budgetary discipline. That's rejected by German and other North European populists. Salvini also wants other member states to take in many of the refugees that are in Italy. Hungary's Orban and other East Europeans rule that out. So the populists won't be able to reshape the European Union in their image, but they could seriously obstruct and slow down the whole legislative process.
Sylvia, thanks for your insights.
Thank you, Steve.
That's NPR's Sylvia Poggioli in Rome. In this country, the state of Oklahoma has settled with a second pharmaceutical company for its role in the opioid crisis. Israel-based Teva Pharmaceuticals will be paying the state $85 million. That follows an earlier settlement with Purdue Pharma, the makers of the painkiller OxyContin, for $270 million.
Yeah, this case against Teva isn't unusual. It's one of hundreds happening across the country. Local and state governments are suing the drug industry. They say the companies marketed and incentivized the sale of opioids, and that contributed to hundreds of thousands of overdose deaths across the country. In the state of Oklahoma alone, thousands of people have died.
We're joined now by Brian Mann of North Country Public Radio, who covers opioid litigation for NPR, which, Brian, I guess gives you a lot to do.
Yeah, there's a lot these days.
And good morning. How important is this latest settlement?
Well, there's a big practical side to this, Steve. Local governments in Oklahoma will now get some cash to help pay for things like law enforcement and rehab programs that could save lives. But this is also part of a growing trend with drug companies around the U.S. trying to get out from under this legal and public relations cloud. They're accused of getting millions of Americans hooked on opioid medications through the use of this aggressive and misleading marketing. And that's just been a huge burden on the entire industry.
Now, the news here is out of Oklahoma, but we should note there are many governments, state and local governments in many states who are suing pharmaceutical companies. And I gather you've been traveling around talking with people in some of the areas that are suing.
That's right. I traveled out to Summit County, Ohio, to see how that local community is dealing with this and the costs. And I spoke to Richard Milhoff. He's struggled with addiction himself. And he says a lot of his neighbors got hooked on these prescription opioid medications.
A lot of my friends are passed away. They've overdosed and died.
I'm very sorry. I hope get better.
Almost every single friend that I had that I grew up with is dead because of it.
Wow, one sense of the human cost. And then there's the dollar cost in government after government after government.
That's right. This heavy burden is falling on local governments around the country. They're paying for everything from law enforcement to needle exchange programs. I spoke with Donna Skoda, who heads Summit County's public health department. And she told me about kind of a surprising aspect of this, Steve. The county's budget exploded because of the need for new foster care.
The increase in the number of children they've had to take for safety reasons, I mean, it's just doubled. And then not to mention the children that have been orphaned. So it just complicates everything, but it has been devastating.
In this one Ohio county, taxpayers have spent nearly $70 million the last few years responding to this crisis. Local officials across the U.S. say this is the kind of financial burden that Big Pharma should pay for.
Brian, I think your reporting is suggesting to us why it might be that not all pharmaceutical companies have settled their lawsuits, because they might face lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit in city after city and state after state, right?
That's exactly right. And of course, back in Oklahoma, there is still a suit there against Johnson & Johnson, one of the nation's biggest corporations, the biggest drug maker. They've denied any wrongdoing. But, if big firms like this are found liable for cleaning up the opioid mess, the payouts could grow fast from the millions of dollars into the billions. So this is going to be watched very closely.
Brian, thanks so much.
Thank you, Steve.
That's Brian Mann of North Country Public Radio.
Tornadoes hit Dayton, Ohio, and the surrounding areas last night.
Several million people lost power. We know of flattened homes and overturned cars and roofless structures. And Jake Ryle of WCPO-TV says that's just what was visible in the dark.
We're probably going to see a much larger extent of damage once the sun rises here. But right now, fire crews are doing a pretty good job of just lighting the way.
We're on the line now with Ryle's colleague, Evan Millward. He's in Cincinnati. Hi, Evan.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning to you. So these tornadoes hit after the sun had gone down, which always makes it harder to tell what happened, what the extent of the damage is. What do we know?
Well, and that sure makes it scary because you can't see it, right?
Yeah.
What we don't need the sun to tell us is that even now, here in the 5 a.m. hour, there are some 60,000 people without power, and we know that this was it wasn't even it was a one-two punch. There were two tornado-warned storms that happened, one literally right after the other.
Wow.
That came through almost the same path, that started northwest of Dayton and dropped right close to downtown, and then moved into the neighboring county. And the length of this is what's really incredible that we've been able to piece together. There's a high school with a roof off northwest of Dayton. I-75 cuts right through the center of downtown Dayton, and they were using snowplows to clear debris on I-75 last night.
Oh, wow.
And east of town, we're seeing the same telltale signs of walls blown out of businesses, homes that look like someone opened up a dollhouse because they're missing walls.
Dayton is in western Ohio. Are tornadoes common there? Are people prepared for something like this?
I would say people know how to handle it in western Ohio. You get tornado-warned storms every season. And, I grew up here in one of the affected towns this go-around. Something like this is highly unusual, though.
Some parts of the country that have been hit hard by weather this week are expecting more. I wonder, do you have a sense of what the forecast is there?
I know that areas north of Dayton were already included in that. They were waiting for or forecasted to get more potentially severe storms, and there was another tornado that what they believe will be a tornado, and I think it is the worst damage in the Dayton area, is about an hour north of Dayton. It was a separate cell.
Wow.
And it went through a town called Salina, which is right on Grand Lake St. Mary's. And that part, it's Auglaize County, is up there, and they're expected to get really the brunt of the severe possibility the rest of the week.
And I imagine next is the cleanup, just briefly.
Yeah, and I think now they've had their chance to go through, and they've got Ohio Task Force 1 on the ground. They're Dayton-based anyway, but that just means that they've had to pull in from Cincinnati and Columbus because their guys are working in their own fire departments, but they're in helping with search and rescue as of about an hour or two ago.
Evan Millward in Cincinnati from WCPO. Thanks, Evan.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, we have been told to expect the possibility of more disasters like this as the climate changes, and that is prompting more serious thought about how to get ready.
Congress is considering a bill that would send $19 billion in aid to places that have suffered tornadoes, flooding, hurricanes, fires. The money is meant to help communities like Puerto Rico or Paradise, California. You likely recall the fire that killed 85 people and destroyed nearly 19,000 structures. Now Paradise gets some help rebuilding, but here's a question. Could it have been cheaper to spend more money in advance preparing for disaster?
NPR's Kirk Sigler has been covering Paradise for the past 6 months. Good morning, Kirk.
Good morning, Noel.
All right, to Steve's question, you've been talking to experts in disaster recovery. What are they telling you about paying for this response at Paradise?
Well, that it's going up and up, and the federal government shoulders most of the tab for these disasters, and we're getting more and more of them. They're getting more and more expensive, and experts are saying we're soon going to reach the breaking point if we don't change. So let me just give you a window into the campfire, since I've been covering it, and, just removing the debris, the cleanup, that's estimated to be $1.7 billion.
Wow.
So far, these are the costs that are going up. Small business Administration disaster loans, the government has paid out $370 million or so, $85 million in emergency FEMA aid for this largely lower income community that was displaced by the fire. And there were so many people relying on this aid, as you can imagine. Among them is a man named Chris Butis. I met him outside his FEMA trailer at a campground north of where I am. He lost everything in the fire. He had no insurance, but he's super grateful. So let's listen to him.
FEMA's been great. I understand the process. It's kind of slow at times, but man, they've been overwhelmed. There's more than just this disaster going on in the world.
I mean, this is, with respect to FEMA, this is their job. Why are they overwhelmed? Just too much happening?
Right. The federal government largely, and our system is overwhelmed. For decades, everything is pinned on FEMA, typically during disaster, but it's much bigger than them. For decades, our disaster response and recovery system has been you wait till something happens, then you go out and fix it, you respond, you clean up, you cut checks, and you make it as easy as possible for people who want to rebuild to do so in most cases, even in high-risk places. This worked okay. We got pretty good at it even before we started getting this overwhelmed with this many storms, these many floods and fires and gaining in intensity. And Noel, one expert I've been talking to is Josh Soslak. He was a climate resiliency advisor to President Obama. He told me the system is broken and badly needing an update in this era of climate change.
We're not going to be able to do that anymore. We're spending more and more money. It's going to get even worse, and climate change is going to force our hand to be smarter about how we do this.
And well, I think the bigger picture he's getting at is, should we be making it easier for people to rebuild in such high-risk places, including Paradise, California, or in the hurricane zones in the South, or places that always flood in the Midwest, just to give a few examples here.
NPR's Kirk Sigler. Kirk, thanks so much.
Thank you.
In a courtroom in Iraq, 4 members of ISIS were sentenced to death. The men came from France, and by all indications, France is ready to let them stay in Iraq.
More French citizens have left their country to join ISIS than any other place in Europe, and these 4 ISIS members were among a dozen French citizens transferred to Iraqi custody from U.S. allies in Syria. France doesn't want them extradited back home. This is part of a larger story. There are hundreds of ISIS recruits from various nations who've been detained by U.S. allies, and there's no clear plan of what to do with them all.
NPR's Jane Aroff has been following the story of these 4 men in Iraq now. Hi, Jane.
Hi, Noel.
So let's go back a ways. How did these 4 guys end up in an Iraqi courtroom?
So they were captured by Kurdish Syrian forces, U.S. allies, and they're being held by Kurdish Syrian forces who are absolutely overwhelmed. They actually have 1,200 suspected fighters, foreign fighters, in addition to the thousands of Syrians and Iraqis. Yeah, so they agreed to extradite some of them who had committed crimes, alleged to have committed crimes in Iraq. And among them were these 12 French citizens. So they are being put on trial this week. But here's the problem. There are significant problems with trials in Iraq in the terrorism courts. Let's listen to a bit of what Human Rights Watch has to say, a researcher named Belkacevili.
The trials of ISIS suspects in Iraq are fundamentally unfair. Defendants do not get any of their basic due process rights granted to them under international law as well as under Iraqi law. There's absolutely no presumption of innocence when they walk into the courtroom, and many times defendants are alleging that they have been tortured.
In fact, one of the men yesterday in the courtroom in Baghdad lifted up his shirt to show the judge scars. He said he had been tortured. So his trial is being postponed, but they have sentenced 4 others to death in the past 2 days, and there are more on trial this week.
Well, this is a legally tricky question and an interesting one because France doesn't have the death penalty, but French officials say they're not going to stop Iraq from sentencing their citizens to death. What are the implications of that?
Yeah, that's interesting, right? So all of these European countries who have citizens there, and lots of citizens, almost 2,000 of them are believed to be French, and then there are Germans and Swedes. They don't have the death penalty, but France has agreed to let its people be extradited to Iraq, which it knows does have the death penalty. So France issued a statement saying that it opposes the death penalty. It will remind Iraq of this, but it also recognizes Iraqi jurisdiction. This is a huge problem for everyone because nobody knows what to do with these fighters. Their countries don't want to take them back, and the Kurds across the border say they just can't handle them.
What problems are other governments facing specifically?
So the biggest problem is the administration in the Kurdish Syrian region of Syria. It's called Rojava, and it's not actually recognized as a region. So here you have these U.S. allies who fought against ISIS to defeat ISIS with the U.S. They lost something like 11,000 fighters, and they're not in a position to put all these people on trial. They're calling for international help, for a tribunal, but so far no takers. Sweden has proposed there be a tribunal. We're still waiting to see whether that will actually happen.
NPR's Jane Araf in Iraq. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you.
Missouri's last health clinic that provides abortions is within days of losing its license. If it does, Missouri would become the only state in this country without an abortion provider.
Right, and unless a court steps in, the state's health department probably won't renew that clinic's license. It expires on Friday. Now, Planned Parenthood runs a center in St. Louis. Their president, Lena Wen, told NPR they've been fighting to keep it open.
We have complied with every single regulation that politicians have thrown our way, but the goalpost keeps on changing. And this most recent goalpost is potentially subjecting physicians in training, residents, fellows to criminal prosecution.
That goalpost she's referring to is this requirement that clinicians submit to questioning in order to get the clinic's license renewed.
Why is that questioning a problem? Well, let's try to find out from Sarah Fenton of St. Louis Public Radio, who's covering this story and is on the line. Good morning.
Hi, everyone.
I can imagine someone from the state saying, listen, we just want to ask some questions and it's the rule. What is the reason that Planned Parenthood or the employees at this clinic give for not wanting to be questioned?
So that's not 100% clear. Planned Parenthood reps said yesterday that they asked the state if what was said during these interviews could potentially be used against the clinicians, and the state said it couldn't rule it out. And also, several of the clinicians aren't technically Planned Parenthood employees. Like, for example, they're independent trainees or they're residents that work there. So Planned Parenthood said it couldn't compel them to be interviewed even if they wanted to do that.
Oh, okay. So there's some technicality of who's the boss. But when we heard the person from Planned Parenthood there say potentially subjecting physicians and training residents to criminal prosecution, that's what she's saying. She's essentially saying we believe this interview would be for the purpose of gathering criminal information on somebody.
I think they were word that could potentially happen, yes.
But it is not clear from the perspective of the state that that's the purpose of this interview?
As far as I know, that's all that they have told me, yes.
Okay, and the state says this interview is necessary. Why? What is the reason they give?
Well, they said that it was to investigate certain problems with the clinic, but beyond that, they did not give either reporters or Planned Parenthood workers any more information than they just wanted to investigate certain problems with the clinic.
Okay, so some mutual suspicion here and some unanswered questions in this standoff. Now, we have to note that Missouri is one of the states that, at the same time, has been passing quite restrictive abortion laws. The governor of Missouri signed a bill banning virtually all abortions just last week. Is there a connection between that act by the legislature and the governor and this standoff with the abortion clinic?
Sort of. So last week, as you said, Governor Parsons signed a bill that would outlaw most abortions after 8 weeks, and that makes Missouri one of the most restrictive states when it comes to abortion rights. But that law doesn't go into effect until the end of August. So it's not a direct effect of that law, but it is part of this larger anti-abortion movement that's happening in Missouri. The governor and many members of the legislature have been really tough on abortion. Mike Parson is a Republican who has said on Twitter he wants to make Missouri the most pro-life state in the country. And abortion rights supporters say the increased regulations on abortion clinics, including those annual inspections and license renewals, are a way to further that anti-abortion agenda. And abortion clinics have indeed closed across the state in recent years. The one in St. Louis that we're talking about is sort of the last one standing.
Sarah, thanks so much for the update. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Sarah Fenton of St. Louis Public Radio. All right, the tornadoes that swept through eastern Kansas last night were just the latest severe weather for that region.
That's right. A series of storms also flooded rivers. Parts of the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma have gone underwater. Governor Kevin Stitt is relying on levees, very old levees, to keep the damage from getting worse.
We've just got to pray for no rain up north. And if we keep getting rain into that watershed, there could be some serious problems.
NPR's Frank Morris is in Tulsa covering this story. Hey there, Frank.
Hi, Steve.
What have you been seeing?
Well, the rivers, of course, is really high. There are a number of homes and businesses flooded, in the hundreds. And people are just on pins and needles here watching these levees start to deteriorate, these 70-year-old levees that have been under pressure for days and days.
Now, you just said start to deteriorate. We heard yesterday on NPR News from the mayor of Tulsa who said, wow, they've never been tested like this, but they're holding. Are you saying there are now some signs of weakness?
I don't think that the signs of weakness have ramped up significantly, but they are leaking. And the water is just seeping through underneath some of these levees and causing all kinds of problems for businesses and homes in the shadow of these things and nearby. The ground is just turning to a kind of slurry in some places because the water there's been so much pressure on these levees for days now, and it's just going to stick for days longer.
What are you hearing from some people that you talk with there in Tulsa?
Well, again, people are taking this pretty seriously, especially folks who live and work down in what would be the shadow of these levees if the sun was shining. Yesterday, I was down in an industrial part of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. That's a sort of a working-class suburb just west of Tulsa, right downstream from this Keystone Dam, where the Corps of Engineers is releasing huge amounts of water, 275,000 cubic feet per second. And I spoke with Val Silcox. She was rushing around to get her stuff out, the implements of this business out of a warehouse.
We're evacuating. The water's rising behind us. It's coming up under the concrete. It's getting wetter and wetter.
She's talking about water just bubbling up from the concrete, bubbles coming up through the concrete as the water comes up and destroys the business.
Not a thing you really want to see. Frank, I want to ask about something else. I know your hometown is Kansas City. Weren't there tornadoes in Kansas City last night?
There were tornadoes in near Kansas City. Kansas City itself didn't get hit. Lawrence took a pounding. Bonner Springs, Kansas. Linwood looks terrible. You had some of the kind of damage just clearing the foundations in Linwood to some extent. Not clear how strong those buildings were to begin with in the pictures. But the tornado looked to be about a mile wide last night, and so it was very serious. About 24 tornadoes reported yesterday, mainly in Kansas.
Well, best to your friends and relations there. Frank, thanks so much.
Thanks. You bet, Steve.
NPR's Frank Morris. Standing in line to vote has become much less of an ordeal than it used to be.
Yeah, get this. No state in the 2016 election averaged a wait time longer than 20 minutes. That's according to the Elections Performance Index from MIT. One big reason for this is a new technology called electronic poll books. But now there are some questions about how secure that technology really is.
NPR's Miles Parks covers voting and election security, and goodness, you have a lot to cover, Miles.
There's a lot to mine here.
Okay, so this technology that's supposed to make everything better, how's it work?
So basically, you think about the old days, and you walk into your community center, and somebody opens this huge binder of names. They find your name. They check you off. This is basically that process, only electronic, either on a laptop or on a tablet, like an iPad.
Okay. I think I've seen that in a voting station.
Exactly.
Somewhere.
I mean, well, the technology has taken off. Almost more than 50% of voters who vote in person in 2020 are going to sign in using this technology. The problem is that this technology also raises a lot of tough security questions because in a lot of cases, it's either directly or indirectly connected to the internet.
Oh, which means that a particularly clever hacker might find some way in there?
Right. We know that voting machines themselves are one of the big selling points is that they are never connected to the internet. But these machines, these electronic poll books, a lot of their benefits, which there are a myriad of benefits. If a voter is in the wrong location and they go to sign in on one of these, a poll worker can, using this machine, tell them where their right voting location is. If a voter tries to vote twice in a place where you can vote at different jurisdictions, it will be able to catch that by talking to the other electronic poll books in that districts. The election supervisors love this technology. They say it cuts down on voting times and it cuts down on human error and on the amount of paperwork that election supervisors have to do. But that can also be a problem because these election supervisors who love this technology, they're supposed to be the ones who are asking the really tough questions. And a lot of security experts I've talked to are not convinced that those tough questions have been asked as this technology has truly started to take over.
Well, help me out here. Let's look at this from an election supervisor's perspective. You said the actual voting machine is not connected to the internet. The tablet where people are checking off names is connected to the internet, but the tablet just has a public information, a list of registered voters.
Right. So what are the stakes here, right? The biggest thing is that whether it's due to technical a technical malfunction, whether it's due to poor poll worker training, or whether in this worst case scenario, a cyber attacker is able to get in there and make some mischief happen.
Mess with who's registered and who's not.
Exactly. You could see a situation where this can really screw up day of election voting, and we've seen this in real life. You look back at 2018, I did a story yesterday on All Things Considered about Johnson County, Indiana, which basically saw the company that was maintaining these poll books not provide enough bandwidth, and it meant that in-person voting on election day froze from 8 a.m. when people are trying to go right before work all the way through lunchtime. That leads to delays, and it leads to people not voting.
Wow. So the technology that's supposed to shorten the line, in that case anyway, lengthened it. Miles, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
That's NPR's Miles Parks.
After 2 years of silence, Special Counsel Robert Mueller went before the television cameras and gave his first public remarks yesterday about the Russia investigation.
That's right. Mueller said the special counsel's report speaks for itself. He doesn't think it's necessary for him to testify in front of Congress, but he also used the moment to talk about his findings on whether or not the president obstructed the investigation.
If we had had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so.
White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders responded this way.
If Bob Mueller had determined that there was a crime, he would have had a moral obligation to report it, to put that into his report. He didn't.
For more on this, we're joined by NPR's lead political editor, Domenico Montanaro. Domenico, is this a case where if it didn't happen on TV, it didn't happen? I mean, Robert Mueller seemed to just repeat what he had put down on paper in the special counsel report more than a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, all of that's really very true. I mean, all of this information is not new. It's all in Mueller's written report. I mean, as you note, But if he's telling the American people, it was in the email I sent, basically.
Right.
Too many Americans are saying TLDR, too long, didn't read, right? I mean, people, can lament that, but it's just the world we live in. The fact is, when something is on camera, when there is video, it has far more political power.
So he again made clear the central conclusion: Russia interfered in the U.S. election. But he also made clear his report does not exonerate the president. It said so explicitly in print. The White House keeps insisting falsely that it does, of course. But as you note, none of this is new. So is it going to change the debate over impeachment? Because Democrats keep pushing this.
Well, in some ways it is, and in some ways it's not. I mean, a growing chorus of presidential candidates yesterday started calling for the start of impeachment proceedings, but they're on their own track. They're running for president. They have to win over an activist base. That's different than Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House. She's trying to maintain the House majority. And remember, that majority was won by mostly moderates, not people in liberal districts. Pelosi's holding firm. She says it's important to gather facts and not have impeachment, if it came to that, be a partisan exercise. She told KQED's Scott Schaefer that Mueller's comments don't really change the path that she set out.
We have to have the facts, and we would like to have the facts presented in a way to the American people that makes it almost impossible for the Senate to exonerate.
Right. Well, remember, the House does not control this alone, and that's the point she's trying to make. In order to remove a president, not just impeach one, the Senate has to go along, and that chamber's controlled by Republicans and not necessarily willing to go along with this, of course.
So the House Democrats who are pushing for impeachment, they know the math doesn't add up for them. So what's their case?
I mean, they believe it's important for democracy. I mean, they feel like morally, taking the political considerations out of it, that the president's acted in bad faith, that he should be held accountable, and it would set a bad precedent to, shirk what they see as Congress's responsibility. But again, take a step back and realize overwhelmingly the people calling for impeachment proceedings are from liberal districts where there's not a lot of political consequences to impeachment. In fact, their constituents want it.
Real quick, is Robert Mueller going to end up on Capitol Hill? Says he doesn't want to go.
Well, because of the power of the camera, it's certainly possible that you might have a Democrat subpoena him to do so.
NPR lead political editor Domenico Montanaro. Thanks, Domenico.
You're welcome.
4 months ago, Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido declared himself president.
Del Ejecutivo Nacional.
But Venezuela's current president, Nicolás Maduro, says he is still the president. Guaido has been recognized by millions of Venezuelans, by the U.S., and by dozens of other countries as the rightful head of state. But for now, Maduro is still president despite Venezuela's deep, deep economic crisis.
NPR's John Otis got a rare opportunity. He sat down with Juan Guaido for an interview that happened yesterday, and John is on the line from Caracas, Venezuela now. So, John, there's a lot to discuss here. There have been, first off, we should talk about these negotiations that have been happening in Norway recently. These are some talks to try to settle this power struggle between Guaido and Maduro. Did Guaido give you an update on those talks?
Yes, he did. Guaido told me that there had been really no concrete results. The two sides still seem to be a very long way apart. Guaido's demanding that Maduro step down to open the door for free presidential elections, but Maduro just isn't budging. That said, we talked about how these types of negotiations can take months, if not years.
En un proceso tradicional, en un proceso de mediación típico, pudieran decir.
What Guaido's saying here is that Venezuelans don't have the luxury of time, that the country's going through a humanitarian crisis, there are people dying every day from lack of food and medicine, and that the country really needs Maduro to leave now.
So Juan Guaido has a close relationship with the United States. U.S. officials often say that all options are on the table when it comes to Venezuela, which hints at some kind of possible military action to remove Maduro if it saw that to be necessary. Did Guaido talk about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to give you an idea about how close that relationship is, our interview with Guaido got pushed back a half an hour because he was on the phone with Vice President Mike Pence.
Well.
Guaido says it's a huge boost to have the U.S. in the opposition's corner, but that does allow President Maduro to paint Guaido as kind of a puppet of American imperialism. Guaido said he would prefer a peaceful solution, but he also said that support for foreign intervention in Venezuela is catching on.
Si tú le preguntas hoy a cualquier venezolano, ¿cómo quiere salir de la crisis?
Now, what he's saying here is that things are so bad that if you ask most Venezuelans what's the best way to bring about some kind of a regime change, they're going to tell you pretty much by any means necessary, including a U.S. invasion.
So what does he do now? He has started this revolution. It seems to be in this kind of stalemate. What's his next move?
Yeah, I mean, stalemate is exactly what it is. The opposition's had a lot of setbacks. Just last month, Guaido tried and failed to lead a military uprising against Maduro. But Guaido says, look, I've only been at this for a few months. And he claims that in that time, the opposition has become far stronger and that he's now recognized as Venezuela's legitimate head of state by more than 50 countries, and that sooner or later, President Maduro is just going to have to leave office.
NPR's John Otis, he got an interview with opposition leader in Venezuela, Juan Guaido. Thanks so much, John. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the most widely used weed killer in the entire world is Roundup. And Roundup has been accused of causing cancer.
Yeah, that's right. There have been 3 civil cases so far. A few weeks ago, a jury awarded $2 billion to 2 people who say the weed killer caused their cancer. Thousands of other lawsuits have been filed, and in the meantime, Bayer's share price has dropped by nearly half in the past year.
Yeah, the parent company for Roundup. So we've got NPR science correspondent Dan Charles in the studio to talk about this. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Rachel.
So I'm going to venture a guess that a lot of people have seen Roundup. You go to the hardware store, even in, some grocery stores, you can buy Roundup. How did it get to be such a big deal?
There are a couple of things about this that I'd find just fascinating. The one is this is kind of an outgrowth of the controversy over genetically modified crops, GMOs. For 20 years, farmers were spreading Roundup on their fields and nobody heard much about it. It was widely seen as one of the safer pesticides. Huh. And then genetically modified crops, specifically Roundup-ready crops, which is, crops that were tolerant to the active ingredient in Roundup called glyphosate.
Okay.
Which meant farmers could plant their crops, spray Roundup across the crops, and the crops were fine, but the weeds got killed. Huh. There was a huge increase in the spraying of glyphosate or Roundup and lots of controversy around GMOs, which translated into lots of scrutiny for this chemical.
Yeah.
And what happened was there was an agency of the World Health Organization, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, that then took a look at this chemical and said, we think it probably can cause cancer in humans. Huge controversy erupted.
Is that true? I mean, does it cause cancer?
Well, this is the other fascinating thing, because the science is pretty murky.
Why is science always so murky?
And you get into these situations where it's a question of who do you trust in evaluating this science.
Yeah.
So IARC, the WHO agency, they say probably causes cancer. A bunch of other very authoritative agencies looked at it and basically concluded the opposite, looking at somewhat different evidence, looking at it in a slightly different way. I talked to one of the scientists involved in one of those assessments, Dave Eastman from the University of California, Riverside. This is what he said.
From my reading of things, if glyphosate causes cancer, it's a pretty weak carcinogen, which means you're going to have pretty high doses in order to cause it.
So then this goes to trial, and juries have to decide this. Monsanto said, look, agencies say it's safe. The plaintiff said, don't trust them. And the juries came out with these humongous verdicts against Monsanto, which is now owned by Bayer.
I mean, really humongous, right? Like tens of billions of dollars. Can they take that? Can they take that kind of hit?
Everybody I talk to says this will get settled eventually, but who knows for what amount of money? 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion? We don't know.
It's a big price tag, but it's a really important issue. NPR's Dan Charles for us this morning. Dan, we appreciate it. Thanks for your reporting.
Nice to be here.
The President of the United States effectively gave Mexico an order last night.
He told Mexico to block migrants bound for the U.S. He says if they haven't done enough, quote, in our sole discretion, the U.S. will steadily raise tariffs. That means Americans will face tax increases on anything bought from Mexico. The White House says the tariffs will start at 5% and then climb to 25% by this fall. Acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney told reporters this.
Now we are asking Mexico to do what it can because Congress will not. The president will defend the nation. He will defend the southern border. If that means taking the tariffs to 25%, that means taking tariffs to 25%. We hope, sincerely hope, it does not come to that.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith is covering this story. She also hosts the NPR Politics podcast, by the way. Tam, good morning.
Good morning.
What kinds of products are we talking about here?
Every product, from food to dishwashers to cars. The U.S. economy and Mexican economy are very much intertwined at this point. And just to put a fine point on it, so far this year, Mexico has been the largest U.S. trading partner, just ahead of Canada and China. Of course, China is another country that the president has launched a trade war with.
Wow, and I'm even thinking there are products that go back and forth over the border multiple times, right? Like auto parts, like a car might cross the border again and again. So I'm just trying to figure out how this works. The White House says, at our sole discretion, we alone will decide if Mexico has done enough. So Mexico must meet an undefined goal, and if Mexico fails to meet the undefined goal, Americans will pay higher and higher taxes. Is that correct?
American products will get more expensive because no matter what the president says about tariffs, they ultimately become a tax on American consumers. They're paid by American businesses, which then pass it along. What the White House wants is, they laid out a list of things in this call last night with reporters. They want Mexico to do a better job of securing its southern border with Guatemala. They want Mexico to target and attack transnational criminal organizations that they say are operating commercial bus lines to bring people to America through Mexico. And they also want to want changes to the asylum process.
Is it legal for the president to use tariffs in this way?
It's an interesting question. He is using something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which, according to the Congressional Research Service, has never been used to place tariffs on imported products from other countries. It has traditionally been used for things like freezing assets connected to Iran or international terrorism. But the Congressional Research Service, in its research paper published just about a month ago, says that they think it probably would be legal.
Well, isn't the president, though, right in the middle of trying to get Congress to approve a new trade agreement with Mexico?
That's absolutely right. In fact, just yesterday, the trade agreement was sent to the Mexican Senate for ratification. And then this news came down, and Mexican officials are very concerned about it. They're sending an envoy to come talk to the president. And it's possible it won't ever be implemented, that this doesn't start until June 10th. Things could change. But Mick Mulvaney, the White House chief of staff, insisted that these things are not connected at all.
These are not tariffs as part of a trade dispute. These are tariffs as part of an immigration problem. The USMCA is a trade matter and completely separate.
Don't tell that to Chuck Grassley, the Republican chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, who is not happy about this at all and says this is a misuse of presidential tariff authority.
And suggests that it might wreck the effort to get the trade agreement through the United States Congress, never mind the Mexican Congress. Tamara, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
NPR's Tamara Keith. By tomorrow, the state of Missouri may be without a clinic that provides abortions.
Yeah, state health officials and the group Planned Parenthood are in this standoff about renewing the license for its health center in St. Louis. For most women, this is the only place in Missouri in the entire state where abortions are available. Now, in order for the clinic to renew its license, staff have to be questioned by state health department officials. Those are the rules. But those clinicians have refused to sit for that questioning. Dr. Randall Williams is the department's director, and he told NPR this has never happened before.
They've always cooperated in the past. We've interviewed their doctors for years. This year is the first time they've ever said that they wouldn't be interviewed.
The clinic's license is set to expire at midnight.
NPR national correspondent Sarah McCammon has been covering this story. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning.
How is this day supposed to unfold?
Well, again, unless the state can reach an agreement with Planned Parenthood, which, by the way, has provided 2 of its senior doctors for questioning, but they have declined to provide trainees for questioning by the state of Missouri. Unless an agreement can be reached or a judge weighs in, the clinic's license expires at midnight Central Time tonight. Planned Parenthood has sued to try to prevent that from happening, but so far a judge has not made a decision. There was a hearing yesterday. We're still waiting to see what will happen. But if nothing happens, if nothing changes, the clinic will have to stop providing abortions effective tomorrow.
And we should note, we've heard on other NPR coverage, the Planned Parenthood people have said some people don't want to be questioned because they suspect the motives of the state in asking them questions and perhaps putting them in legal jeopardy.
They've been told there could be criminal proceedings.
So if nothing changes today and the license expires at midnight, what happens to women who say they want or need abortions in Missouri?
They'll have to go out of state in most cases. A couple of hospitals would still offer the procedure in rare circumstances, like a medical emergency, but most women would have to go somewhere like across the river to Illinois. I spoke with Dr. Erin King, who is an abortion provider at the Hope Clinic for Women in Granite City. Here's what she said.
No one knows what's going to happen in the next day or 2, but we have to be ready for this clinic to be closed and for patients to have nowhere else to go.
And King says her clinic in Illinois has been preparing for months for the possibility that Missouri might restrict abortion through the legislative process. That, of course, happened last week. As you recall, a new law was just passed and signed by Governor Mike Parson banning abortions at 8 weeks. But that law hasn't gone into effect yet. This is because of a regulatory dispute. So meanwhile, Illinois is one of the states that's looking at expanding abortion rights potentially. So King says her clinic has been hiring more doctors and other staff. This is just happening a little bit faster than they expected.
So when you hear from groups who are opposed to abortion rights, what are they saying if they learn that this would be the way that abortion might be effectively banned in Missouri?
Well, certainly no one who opposes abortion rights or sees it as a moral evil, as many of these advocates do, none of them are mourning the potential end of abortion services in Missouri. And they realize that many women will go to other states, to Kansas, to Illinois, for example. But they're certainly not sad to see it go. The president of the anti-abortion group, Susan B. Anthony List, issued a statement in recent days saying that closing this clinic would be good news for women's health and safety in Missouri. That echoes the state's claim that this is about health violations, which, of course, Planned Parenthood denies. They say that they hold to the highest standards and that they're being health regulations are being arbitrarily enforced against them. Republican Governor Mike Parson has said that it's not political, though. He says it's, quote, not an issue about the pro-life issue at all. So that is the message from Parson and from many anti-abortion rights groups. That said, they make no secret of the fact that they oppose abortion rights.
Sarah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
NPR's Sarah McCammon. Let's go next to West Africa, where 4 countries almost lost access to a vital vaccine that protects children from a deadly disease.
Yeah, almost. But the news here is that their access has been restored. Rotavirus is an extremely common gastrointestinal disease among kids under the age of 5. It causes extreme diarrhea, puts vulnerable kids that age at risk of getting severely dehydrated. Without easy access to hospitals and clinics, the disease can turn fatal fast. There is a life-saving vaccine to treat the rotavirus in kids, but last fall, NPR broke news that the pharmaceutical company Merck would stop distributing it to 4 countries in West Africa, citing supply problems.
NPR's Michaeline Duclef has been covering this story and is on the line. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you remind us why it would have been that Merck would have said in the first place that they were pulling out of this part of West Africa?
Yeah, so as you mentioned in an email to NPR, they cited supply problems. They said they just didn't have enough of the vaccine to ship it to West Africa. But the story is a little bit more complicated than that, especially when you look at what happened to Merck last year. Right around the time they pulled out, they actually launched in a whole new market, China. Merck started selling the rotavirus vaccine in China for a much higher price than they were selling in West Africa, about 10 times the price. So NPR asked Merck, is there a connection between the pullout in West Africa and the launch in China? And the company never actually answered the question directly.
Although it's tempting to think that the supply problem was that Merck found somewhere to sell the vaccine for more.
It is tempting, and it seems to be possibly a rising question in the global health world as China starts to kind of loosen its requirements on vaccines and medications from foreign pharmaceutical companies. There's a big question of, how is that going to affect the supply and availability of these vaccines in poorer countries?
But Rachel noted that the news here is that some other source of vaccine has been found for these 4 countries. What has happened since your original reporting?
Yeah, so after we aired this story, health officials tell me that the global health community scrambled and really came together and tried to figure out a way to get this vaccine to these families in West Africa. They were worried that about 2.5 million babies were going to miss out on this vaccine. Wow. But earlier this year, GlaxoSmithKline, which has another rotavirus vaccine, started shipping its vaccine to the Ivory Coast, which has about 1 million babies born each year. So that filled in about half of the gap. And then the other half is going to be filled in by 2 Indian companies that have new vaccines onto the market, and they'll start shipping to West Africa in next year.
Could this pattern repeat itself as more and more countries have enough money to buy vaccines at full price? You might have a shortage in places that don't?
Yeah, so this is a really big question, especially with China. So for a long time, the Chinese market has been pretty much closed off to foreign pharmaceutical companies. They've had really stringent requirements, but they're starting to loosen up and the market is starting to open, and it is a big market with more than 1 billion people. And so a big question is how is this going to affect the availability in poor countries that really need these vaccines?
Michaeline, thanks for your reporting and for sticking with the story.
Thank you so much, Steve.
That's NPR's Michaeline Douclet.